Hello, everybody. Welcome to Pinky Pact. Oh God, I forgot to mute myself. I can hear myself. It's weird. All right. Welcome everybody. Hope you guys had a really good week. We have everybody back as the sticky indicates, though. Our Valerius is returned. He's no longer a Balloonius, but he is on his phone because he's elsewhere. And so he's just going to sound a little bit different, but we'll accommodate. So just be aware of that. I don't think I have any additional updates beyond that. Welcome to July. Yeah, I guess we'll just jump into start of session questions. Does anybody have anything that they want to call out that stood out to them from last session?
Me. I'll
Yes.
go.
Mhm.
We found out how Naira became a cat. I thought that was very interesting.
Mm-hmm. And for Valerius, did you say what the reason is?
What?
Oh,
Did I say what?
Yeah.
Oh. Go ahead.
You don't have to say. No, you don't have to make it up. Sorry. Can we inform you what the reason was that the group discovered? Sorry, I did say that. Super confusing.
A dragon granted Naira her wish to become the wisest thing. She is originally from the Summer Court, but made a deal with that dragon.
Ooh.
Do you want to pick on anybody else?
Hold on, I took a bite of my food. Alara.
Alara, what stood out to you from last session?
We blew up a shop.
Yeah.
Well, we is a interesting word.
We were there. We're accomplices. We're culpable. We were running away with armloads of books.
We're definitely implicated in some way, but we didn't really.
The children will be snitching.
We have to kill that kid. I kept saying it.
Who would you like to pick on, Alara?
Dakin.
I thought it was very interesting to meet Valethar, the queen consort, that he can't actually like leave their territory, but he seems to know a lot about, I guess, just from the whole Summer Court being about stories and everything.
Mm-hmm.
But he seems to just like know a lot of interesting things about the world, and I hope we get a chance to speak with him again.
He is an interesting, informative, possibly sort of person. Who would you like to pick on?
I would like to pick on Vosti.
Well, ironically, I have two, as last time I was having trouble with one. I am going to choose. Well, I'm just going to piggyback briefly on the court. I thought it was interesting and potentially something that Lyrindil was there, and she's with the Spring Court. Don't know what that's about, but anyway, the thing that I was going to tell as my main thing was we found out, or we backseat experienced Alara, her death, and that the figure, I think I got this right, the figure that could have been her mother, or at least that she sensed was possibly her mother, was like encouraging her to come back to life and not stay with her in death. I thought that was kind of sweet. Oh, and the thing that brought her, or like her last memory or whatever, was the day she became a Maldoso, and I think that was also sweet.
I love that you called it that we backseat experienced it.
We did. Like, our characters weren't in the
her
dream.
Death right now, for real, for real.
Get in the bed of the pickup, y'all.
I'm taking you along with me.
Hey, no seatbelts back here.
I go
It's
flying
legal
out.
as long as you put your back against the cab.
Well.
Valerius, do you want to make up
Man.
something that stood out to you from last session?
Man, I loved sitting for chat because I think they'll think this is funny. I was
Uh-huh.
on the road driving back and I had the stream on and I was listening and I was on the freeway in bumper to bumper traffic listening to the very last thing that happened when Alara lost control and I lost my mind and I guarantee someone next to me thought I was actually having a seizure. Like it
Well, glad you were driving safely. Does anybody have any predictions for this session?
Rage. Do I win? Do I win? If I just say the title of the episode, do I win?
Well, I could have titled it incorrectly. I don't know.
I don't know either. So I'm,
Doing false
Okay.
titles now.
Well, I don't know what you guys are. I truly don't know what you guys are gonna do at this point. So yeah, we'll find out.
In the spirit of rage, I now pass it along to Vosti.
I might have to beat up my sister, but you know, got to do what you got to do.
I
Gotta
just
do what you gotta
died.
do.
Yeah, well,
Take it easy.
beat
Want to
you.
die again?
beat
Ready
you.
for
Yeah,
people?
you want to die again? Stop wolfing. Yep.
Okay.
Who
do you want to pick on?
Well, I mean, Alara.
I don't. I mean, they're gonna try to subdue me in some manner, but I don't know how.
Mhm.
Like, could it be toss her in the house, even though we know how bad that went the last time? Are they gonna beat her? Is Naira gonna do something? Am I gonna break something in the shop? I don't know.
You guys are inside of a magical shop that could have some consequences. Who do you want to pick on?
I'm gonna pick on Valerius.
I think everything's gonna be fine and we're gonna live happily ever after.
That's nice.
I think Alara. I feel like Alara might bite somebody.
Ooh,
Mm.
hopefully the kid he dies.
Jesus.
Dakin, do you have any predictions for this session?
I think that regardless of if anyone gets bitten or how quickly we deal with this, we're gonna have to fuck off out of here immediately.
Yeah.
That's a
I-
We gotta
possibility.
skedaddle.
I know
Good
a guy
possibility.
who knows a spell.
I'm not even gonna have time to get my cart that's still here.
I'm gonna adjust some music. Sorry if this is suddenly quite loud.
My music just
It
stopped
isn't.
working at some point.
Oh.
So,
Huh.
what kind of moods are your characters in?
Concerned.
Okay. Who do you want to pick on?
Valerius.
Concerned was a good one.
Steal it. I don't care.
Concerned, conflicted. No, not conflicted. That one doesn't. No, concerned.
Who do you want to pick on?
Alara.
So it's kind of initially relieved that she can still turn into a werewolf into I'm doing myself a concern because now I'm I wasn't prepared to be full wolf.
Who do you want to pick on?
Vosti.
Concerned.
Yay!
Back in.
Surprised and a little bit annoyed, not at Alara, at the fall court, because they said she had fucking control.
Oh, that's
Where's
true. That
the?
is
You're
very
supposed
true.
to also be like, and concerned.
And
Concerned.
Yeah, yeah, woo!
Sweet, sweet.
The whole
Let's go have a
party
look.
is concerned.
They're all just like, so.
Oh no, we got a dog in the cat shop.
Think of that.
Someone else do
Okay.
something better than what I can do, because mine is hurtful.
But yeah, I didn't even think about the fact that Alara has this amber amulet that's supposed to help with her transformations.
But isn't that just
Specifically
supposed to help
on her,
on the full moon?
yeah, on the full moon of Kirel, it'll help her defer that, but it doesn't mean that like she can't fuck up, especially if she's stressed out.
Okay, writing that one down. Take everyone to therapy to learn about stress management as a group. It's not just an Alara problem.
About to go to Zen yoga,
Goat yoga.
goat yoga. Yeah.
Can we please go to goat yoga?
Lycanthrope
Awesome.
yoga.
Let's see if everybody
Gwen,
survives.
Write it in there.
Okay. Let's go into it then. Alara, you are so like all day long you have been going through it. Like not only did you die and then like relived it in telling your family what happened to you and having, this brush with this mother that you've had conflicted feelings about for so long. And granted, those have sort of been like alleviated somewhat with some revelations that you've received just recently. But for a good portion of your life, you felt like very specifically unwanted because you are an orphan. And so there's kind of that relief that just sort of makes you feel a little bit strung out. And then you traveled into a place that additionally made no sense. And you started getting these clues that you didn't have the wolf anymore, that you'd come back different. So you'd finally gotten to a place where you felt like complete, that you had parents that cared about you, that just made, your dad made the decision that he could, and your mother just wasn't available to make a decision about it. And that sort of gave you a little bit of relief to just sort of fully lean into being Maldoso, such to the point that that was actually the reason that you were able to like link back to the living world. And then you questioned it a lot. And you had this weird space where Abby used to be, but you didn't really feel hollow, but you remembered having Abby, but you couldn't remember why she mattered so much to you, but she did, to the point that like it was actually very dangerous for you and the rest of your party. And then you just met with some fucking annoying people who made you help them bomb their own shop or forced you to go on a mission that you were not particularly ready to go in on or interested in going on immediately, and you couldn't get the words out to just argue what you wanted from this. And then there was bickering over how to sell things, and you just wanted to prove that you had control over your wolf, and you don't. Now that you are turning into a werewolf for the first time in front of your companions, since you've taken on your oath with the Autumn Court, what does it look like?
She still looks the same wolf, but her fur is now more orange than it was the first time. Before it was mostly blonde, but now it's leaning more heavily into orange.
Okay. You are currently inside of a magical shop. owned by one of those annoying sorts of people that you've had to interact with. And you've lost your control. You've lost your willpower to be cognizant of how to behave, like the way that you would normally behave when you're inside of a shop, which has valuable, expensive things. What is Ilara's instinct to do in this moment?
Probably a little panicky
Mm-hmm.
because she wasn't expecting a full transformation. She was only expecting her hand to change, or hoping only her hand would change. So, anger, felt like nobody had been listening. You know, Naira saying, and again, it was her own confusion or misunderstanding of what people meant by saying old wolf or you no longer have the curse. But a little angry, maybe at herself.
What does she do?
Maybe a little rage.
Mm-hmm. What does she do?
She just screams. Like a gutter. I mean, it's not like a wolf howl, but like it's not a human scream either. Like a growl.
Mm-hmm. Naira hisses and starts sort of like jumping up the drawers and shelves of her shop in order to like get to the high ground. But you guys can see that like there's a glowing that's beginning to start inside of her crystalline body. Maldoso's Dakin, what's your response to seeing this?
Is Naira gonna cast a spell? Is that what I'm getting from it?
There is a strong possibility that she's gathering up magic to cast a spell.
Well, if she does, I'll counterspell her, but I don't know how good it's gonna be because I would say that Very's like freaking out a little bit.
Mm-hmm.
As soon as Naira hisses and starts to like jump away, Alara's head snaps to where Naira is and she like snarls a little bit.
Are there other people in here besides us, like any other like shoppers?
There is not.
Okay. I think Valerius is gonna kind of look to Vosti and then immediately look to the door and then start to kind of position himself as like a block between Alara and the door.
Yeah, is there is there a back area? There's probably a back area to the shop, right?
You don't know if there is or not. There's definitely an up area to the shop. Like it grows taller on the inside than deep necessarily.
So the only door that we're mostly aware of is the front door
Yes,
and their front windows.
correct. There's
there
a
any
big sort of stained glass window around the door.
Are there any side windows or is it solid walls?
The walls on either side, like to the left and the right as you're walking in, are shared by the other buildings on this block.
Okay.
So it's really just the windows that are there, and then there's a window in the ceiling.
All right, so I'll pivot too, but I'm going to stay close to her.
Okay.
Sort of being the barrier between her and the rest of the party or whoever.
Okay. Dakin?
Dagon's sort of panics, I think just as a contingency, because it feels like we're gonna have to deal with this, I'm gonna emboldening bond myself, Valerius, and Vosti.
Okay. That sounds good. Once Naira reaches sort of her top shelf, she turns around and like swats her paw in Alara's direction. She is casting a spell at this point.
Counterspell.
Okay, you're gonna have to roll for it.
Fine. What I gotta roll? I don't remember how it works.
I believe counterspell is.
I just don't remember what gets added to it. Is it my charisma? Or am I...
She has to make a Constitution saving throw.
Oh, that's the 2024 one.
Yeah, that's the 2024 one. I don't know if that's the one you want to use, but...
I don't like that one.
Yeah.
It's just you make an ability check against the DC of the spell.
Yeah.
It's 10 plus the level of the spell. And you get to add your spellcasting mod.
Yeah, so you're basically just gonna do your charisma versus a DC of 14. It's a 4th level spell.
Okay.
Wait, shouldn't she auto counter it because she only uses 5th level spells?
I don't think that.
I have to cast it at 5th level.
That's true.
Because I'm not multi-classed with a sorcerer like other people are, which is why they always have to
You're
roll.
right. You're right. So it automatically fizzles out. She hisses again and she's like, "Idiot!" From where she is, and then it looks like she's going to begin to start rolling up another spell. Alara, what would you like to do?
My sister's not an idiot. But I don't think Alara feels threatened from her family. Like, she remembers what happens. I mean, unless you tell me otherwise. She remembers what happens when they came to check on her in the house afterwards. And, you know, they've all been starting to come together as a family. And not a single one of them has made a move directly to her. So I don't think from her family she feels threatened. But she's not happy that Naira just called her sister an idiot.
Yeah. That was that family that encouraged you to go inside of that box that completely separated you from your moon. And then you had the worst time ever you've ever had with a change rather than just letting you go through the process on your own. But that's probably fine. You've probably completely and totally, fully forgiven them for that.
But she was a part of that decision.
Yeah.
Are you saying
totally a part of that?
Are you saying, because even I'm kind of confused because you're being sarcastic, but are you saying the wolf has completely autonomous feelings than Alara does?
I would say Alara lost her ability to control her shift, and I'm just playing the other thoughts that are going on in her head. What would the rest of you like to do?
Well, is Alara looking like she's gonna attack anything or anyone?
She's still looking angrily in Naira's direction. But like she's like poised, like if Naira were to come at her, she would swat back. Like, she's not going to throw the first move unless someone actively comes at her or one of her family members.
Well, I guess then Vosti would just put his hands out and just say, Alora, look at me.
She does not look at you.
Naira, you're going to make this worse.
Let her out!
Her ears
When
twitch.
she's-
You really
When
want
she
us
said
to
that-
take her out of your shop into the town so everyone thinks this is your fault?
My
Instead
shop
of
is
handling this here?
expensive. I don't have any wolf changing abilities inside of my shop.
No one out there knows that.
Everyone out there knows that. You don't know that.
Is there like windows on the front door? Is it like a glass front?
There's a little window on the front door. Like, well, I mean, that's not fully true. There's a bunch of little windows on the front door. So basically, like the whole front fascia of this wall practically is stained glass. The door itself is big and round and is like is inset with stained glass as well. So there's all of these like just rainbow colors that are in there. There's also stained glass and these like floating crystals from above. So this place just totally looks like a nightclub, I guess. Like a fairy nightclub. There's just rainbow colors flying everywhere.
Is the stained glass clear enough to see outside and at the very least see like moving shadows? Like, are there people walking around outside? Because the minute she's saying like get her out in this conversation between Dak and stuff's happening, he's trying to make sure like people don't walk into the shop, and then he's checking to see outside what it looks like outside.
There's like a normal amount of hustle and bustle that's happening outside. This shop is on sort of one of the main courtyards that exists in Inamar, and like across the way is the inn that you guys are always staying at, etc. So like there's people walking around. People don't seem to be like particularly interested in coming into the magic shop right now.
Okay. He's just gonna kind of stay on a defensive, like stopping anyone from coming in at any point.
Vosti is going to look at Very. Very, can you get us to the woods?
Well, this is gonna have to be a DM call here. For my spell has specifications for how I can cast it.
Okay.
I don't know if I can cast Twilight Pathways from here.
What is making you uncertain?
Because it says it has to be a monument, building, or a landmark infused with the essence of the area as determined by the DM.
There is a place there's two places that you guys can think of, that you can think of quickly in the area that would match that. The first one is the Standing Rocks or within Ryler's womb. The second place is that fallen stone hammer statue outside of the mine that you went into in order to fight the vampire, the brine vampire.
Those are so far away.
Yep.
No, I can't. Not from here.
He'll look at the cat. Can you open a portal?
What? To where?
Anywhere but here. According to
Well-
you.
Anywhere?
No.
Well, not anywhere. In the woods. Outside of town.
She starts like walking along the top shelf and is just kind of like batting around objects that are up there and like occasionally still hissing at Alara. Alara, I'll go ahead and let you take a wisdom saving throw at this point to see if you've had enough time to kind of get it under control.
With normal, advantage, disadvantage.
Just normal.
Oh.
Inspiration.
Every time that Naira hisses at Alara, her fur bristles and she snarls more.
Uh-huh.
Alara, she's not important. And I'm gonna cast Soothing Sense and make the room 15 feet around me smell like their mom's spaghetti dinner and give her an added advantage reroll of that.
Okay.
Yummy, yummy.
When she smells the spaghetti, you can see her nostrils doing the sniff thing. Her sniffer snoffering.
Go ahead and make your.
That's a lot better.
That's a lot better. Yeah, you start to feel the scent of home is extremely calming. It's kind of a centering thing to you. And you can, if you choose to, you can shift back into your people form.
I don't think
You
she's
can
ready
choose
to.
not to.
Yeah, I don't think she's ready to shift back yet.
Okay. You have control of that when you choose to. Naira hops down to a lower shelf and like flicks open a door with like a swish of her tail and climbs into a cabinet. And then a moment later she comes out and she has like this like blue crystal ball like in her mouth. Anybody want to do anything?
What is that for?
Stupid cat.
That it?
I don't know how to react to this, so yeah.
I guess I'll just say are we good?
I think she wants you to take it out of her mouth.
She, from where she is, which is about 12 feet up, spits this ball out of her mouth. And it's just sort of like sailing towards the ground at the speed of gravity. But let you guys have a dexterity save if you would like to make it.
Sure.
I'll try.
Okay.
What do I have with is
Do I
there a
get a
thing
plus
for the
five?
bond?
We should have +5 because of Valerius, and then yeah, you have emboldening bond, which is a D4.
Mhm.
Not one, baby.
I'll get mine going. Don't worry.
Nat one.
That's crazy.
Dakin, are
This
you
one I
going to make
chopped
the
just
save
doesn't
or are
like
you just
Foundry,
going
so
to...
it's just
Oh,
going a
there you
little
go.
slower.
I pressed it a while ago. It just did not go off.
No worries.
Mine will be up in a second.
No problem.
And then I have a emboldening bond, correct?
Yes, you do.
Mm-hmm. Okay. Very.
Hey.
When the blue ball hits the ground,
Mm-hmm.
in this sort of in the center, everybody else like dives away and you kind of just go away from it as the ground opens up underneath you and you fall about 10 feet and then land on like pine needles beneath you. The rest of you are just basically looking down through a doorway into a forest and like Vary's just sort of sprawled there.
Ow.
Oh shit, everyone through, I guess.
Alara gives one last disapproving look at Naira and then jumps in after Barry.
Naira shows her cat butt.
Vosti will Vosti have remembered? Did we ever talk about Dakin's cart and horse?
Well,
It
the,
didn't
the
come- it came
horse
up after
is
the game.
the horse
horse
is
is
in a
something else.
different city.
Yeah, we
Oh,
left
so
the
it's just your
cart to go
stupid
after the
cart?
hag. It's just the cart that I spent money on. It's not. I just brought it up as a joke. It's not important.
Where's your horse?
My horse is
It's a
in the
Thondra.
fucking. Yeah.
All right. Vosti will jump.
Okay. Is everybody jumping?
Dakin will sort of lower himself, like he'll hold the floor of the shop and lower himself down and drop.
Okay. As you guys sort of like lower yourselves into the forest or jump into the forest or fall into the forest, you sort of settle in there, and like for a good maybe another like 30 seconds, there's like that portal about 10 feet above you that you can see into the shop, and there's just like Naira just sort of like muttering to herself as she's making her way back down towards her counter. And then eventually it just sort of like blinks out.
Wait, Naira, what? Well,
You had 30 seconds, so if you wanted to say something, you could have done.
Naira, where is this?
The forest!
Which forest?
Marwin
I
Woods.
know.
Oh, fuck. We're not gonna know where we are.
Just, for just a reminder of what that could mean.
Just giggled.
Let
Did
me
you
bring
just
you
giggle?
guys over here.
That was Gwen.
Yeah, that was totally Gwen.
Sorry. Just as a call out, the Marwin Woods.
Yeah.
Yeah, that's why
Yeah.
I asked her.
Uh-huh.
Fosty.
Hmm.
Where's the nearest gate?
Let me see. He'll pick up the dirt and he'll take a leaf and he'll swirl it into the dirt and he'll take a finger and lick it and then put it out into the air to test the wind. And he'll put a thumb next to the sun and kind of triangulate, put like an L-shaped finger out.
Okay.
Everything I've just done doesn't matter. I just feel it. And
I
then
know.
where is it? In
It's
relation to
about-
where we are.
About 40 miles north.
Do I know what gate it is? Is that a part of my thing?
You're familiar with this particular gate. You've stumbled across it on accident before.
So it's the winter?
No.
It's the
You
one
haven't
in the
visited
autumn.
winter.
Or-
Oh, autumn.
Yeah.
That's
So you
40...
have a general sense, 40 miles to the north. You have a general sense that you're probably
north of town.
outside of town.
I believe we're just north of town. The nearest gate is the Autumn Court, and that's just 40 miles due north.
Okay, well, if we can get to the mine, I could bring us back to wherever we need to go. Or
Right.
Rylier's womb.
Do we need to deal with this first? As he kind of puts both hands towards Alara.
Do you feel in control?
She pauses. Reaches deep within herself. Deep breath. Maybe? I think so.
Good enough for me.
I mean, I don't feel the need to, like, bite anybody or anything.
Always a plus.
Except maybe that stupid cat. Sorry, there's just a lot going on with me the last 24 hours.
You died. It's reasonable. We just gotta not let it be anyone else's problem.
Well, everybody kept saying things, and it made me think that I couldn't do this anymore. Finn kept calling me old wolf girl, new cold one, whatever that means. And when... what was Naira talking about? Done with the curse. If it's not this, what was she talking about?
Abby?
She scratches her head.
You know, because Naira's the one who told us Abby was cursed and said, get it out of my shop.
I guess. I don't
okay,
remember what she felt like. I know she was there, but I don't remember what she felt like. And
I
then
think
when I
that's 'cause-
couldn't... And
Go
then
ahead.
when I couldn't change in the cave outside of Zelithar?
Lithar.
Yeah. I don't know. It just kept piling up, and I didn't think I could do this anymore. And I remember how... I mean, I don't know how Veri felt, but I remember what it was like when she didn't remember that she was this amazing, magical being. I didn't want to be like that. I didn't want to not be who I am. And I didn't think that this would happen. You know, you've seen me do just my hands before. I did when we were freeing Zelithar. That's all I was trying to do.
I know. That's what we asked you to do. That's what was said. When we tried before, we said just try your hand, and you couldn't do it, so you were trying to do the same thing.
Just for the record, I actually didn't feel anything positive or negative when I forgot about my pact, because I just didn't know that I was any different.
She sighs again and drops her shoulders. Again, I'm sorry. I didn't intend for this to happen. It's just one thing after another, and then Finn blew up her shop. The Fae at the summer court. That one creepy guy who kept following Veri around. Can I just, like, go run just in the forest and come back in a little bit?
It would be really, really helpful if you could run in the direction of where we need to go.
I can do that. You point me in a direction, and I will just run in that direction.
It's been a minute, so I don't remember
I
exactly.
think the mine was also north of town, wasn't it? Where's the mountain?
I think both of these things were... No, one of them is south.
Yeah.
The mine was
No,
like...
the Ryler's Womb is south. The mine was north, but the Autumn Court is way more north.
Yeah.
Yeah, that's why
Yeah.
I said no, one of them is south. I was talking about Ryler's Womb.
We'd have to go back past through NMR.
We go to the mine.
Yeah,
The mine is closer for certain. Skivrox is just like, wait. And then he walks over to Alara and like rubs his fingers in her tail. It's just so fluffy. I didn't want it to run away just yet. And his little fingies are moving. Not a good look.
What are you doing, Skivrox?
Never seen you so fluffy before. Can we keep you like this?
I don't.
Skirox.
It's not something I can do permanently. It's very exhausting to do this. In like an
Oh.
in like an hour, I hopefully maybe we'll go back to my normal self.
What if? All right, so can I piggyback while you go running?
She kind of looks to the other people in the group. I mean,
Skirox, I actually think Alara's trying to clear her head and have a moment to herself.
He kicks the dirt. All right.
You can
maybe next time.
You can come with me. I'm not fluffy, but
Yeah,
Thought-
you're not
thought-
really fluffy at all.
okay. Well,
But
sorry.
I like you for other reasons, of course. You're fantastic. You're the greatest fairy that's ever lived.
Did you know
It's
any of
not
the other ones?
fluffy. Uh,
What's great is that she's gated half of the things that you can't hear are just
Yeah,
her
I
going,
don't-
"Help!" all in the background. Gated.
I think I also need to run and get some feelings out. What
No.
direction are we going?
I don't think that you should go by yourself. I think that you should stay with us. You don't have to talk. You can just stay with us.
Oh, okay.
Well, remember we just found out that like people are like gonna and granted we are in a different area, but we did find out that people are aware of the stuff with pandemonium and would probably
Yes.
try to kill you if you were by yourself.
Yes.
So you should stay with us.
But if I died, I'd come back bigger.
If you die, there is no guarantee that you can come back because opening a portal here is bad.
And he sort of stomps and points at Boasty.
Yes, that guy could cause a flicker if he does it here. And this is currently
Oh.
where we are, is here.
Okay, I understand your point that you're making now. Good call.
Yeah, it could be really bad. So,
Yeah.
yeah.
Okay.
So you can just... Anyway, Alara, we're going north to the mine. The one that collapsed.
The one where you almost died.
Yeah, there.
The start of it all. The epicenter.
Yes.
Where we first met.
Skirox, are you okay?
Huh? Yes.
Okay.
I just
I mean, that's
I
like
just
where
wish
you
all
first
of you
met...
were fluffy.
That's where you first met Dakin. That wasn't the first time. You
That's
met
true.
all the
That's
rest of us
true.
before.
That's true. I was just thinking the first time we met this time.
All right. Well, Alara, feel free.
I won't go too far. I'll keep you in sense distance.
How far can you talk to someone?
Oh, Let me look, because I don't remember.
It's 90.
A really far distance.
It's 90. It's 10. It's your level plus or times 10.
Yeah, that. 90 feet.
That's not. Well, if something happens, just howl really loudly, I suppose. We actually don't have as good of hearing as you, now that I think about it.
If she rips just a big ol' howl, then I can send her a message and see what's up.
Yeah, but what if we don't hear it? What if she's that far away? That's what I'm trying to say.
How about this? If it's so bad that I need you, I'll just use this. And she like wiggles the ring that she has from.
Good call.
Yes. I keep forgetting we have those.
Hmm.
All right, go for it.
And then she starts to go. She kind of wiggles her tail in Skivrox's face. But she's like looking to see if Vosti or Valerius are going to like rain on her parade.
I mean, Valerius doesn't look like he is.
No. Oh, you running?
Yeah.
No.
We ever chipped. It's okay.
I'm gonna, as we're going out away, I'm gonna do one more emboldening bond to put it on Alara, myself, and Very.
Okay. That sounds good.
We'll also go north, but we'll wait till she gets some distance.
Mm-hmm.
So Alara's plan is to like basically run circles around the group, but at like what she feels is a safe distance away. So like, I don't know, 60 feet in a circle, keeping them in the middle of her circle at all times as they're moving north.
Oh, okay.
If that
That
makes
sounds good.
sense. Like, she's not just gonna bolt straight ahead north and then get
Uh-huh.
to the mine and then be sitting there for however long it takes them to catch up. She's just gonna
Mhm.
move this circle around them as they go north.
Okay.
She just wants to run, stretch her legs, work through some things.
That makes sense. So you guys set out and it takes just like a little bit, not a huge amount, like a couple of hours. But you eventually make your way to the cave that has the stone hammer that's sort of been tipped, like it's hammering itself into the ground and it's covered with moss. And you can see like there's the cavern, but very shortly inside of it, it's just like rocks from the cave-in that occurred. And you can see like some larger rocks that you don't remember that probably like rolled out after you guys, as the shake was happening with the flicker.
How long does it take us to get there?
About 3 hours altogether. So like at like a third of the way in, you like got over the zoomies and the need to run and everything and felt your wolf sort of be placated enough to recede.
Okay, so yeah, after she goes back to human form, she does rejoin the group.
But you guys have reached it. What would you like to do?
All right. Where do we want to go?
Were we supposed to go back and tell the Summer Regent anything, or just complete the mission?
I believe it was just to deliver her message. That was it.
Yeah, that was it.
How is she gonna know whether we delivered her message to Fen or not?
I'm going to assume that Fen's going to tell her herself. I don't know what they're exactly planning on doing, but it's probably not staying in Inamar much more.
Well, I think Fen would have given us a response if she intended on responding. Otherwise, I feel like it's
She'll be able to
out of our
tell the spell
hands.
she casted on us ended. We completed the task. We're no longer under her charm.
There you go. We're good. I guess we can go back to Inamar.
Ithathandra?
I mean, Ithathandra.
We just roll back into Naira's shop 20 minutes later.
So sorry. Didn't mean to bark at you. Please forgive
She's normal,
me.
but she has a stick in her mouth.
Yeah.
We played fetch.
We can go to Ithithondra.
Were there other
Um,
things we needed to do in
Well,
Ithithondra?
just east of it, at some point, we need to go and track the whereabouts of what's it called, Solara.
Saren?
That's it.
I have to tell you guys something really important about this spell that I forgot when I cast it the first time.
Uh-huh.
Only one person outside of me can see when we're in there. That I
oh.
pick. Everyone else is blinded.
Okay.
And I forgot
The
about that.
irony.
I forgot about that. So,
I'm
I
gonna
don't know.
say that Balloonius was blind for sure.
uh-huh.
You can just always make me blind because I'm blind anyway without these. And she taps her glasses.
Oh, sorry. I'm telling you guys this out of character
Mm-hmm.
because we have to figure out how it worked last time. I would say that I let Vosti see. So, none of you that were in there besides Vosti saw the like other realm we were in,
Okay.
and just
I
had
think-
to follow along.
I think Dakin only talked about how it felt being in there, so it doesn't really
Yes,
change anything I said.
And our our mental connection did get intruded upon.
Yes.
So,
Yeah.
yeah.
Are you able to pop us back into wherever you've seen, or how does it work? Or any place you've been?
Gwen, I have a question.
Yes.
Those dragon statues were real, right?
The ones that you saw in Ithithondra?
Yes.
Yes, those existed.
If
They
I-
didn't look perfectly realistic, but they existed.
Would you say that they were infused with the essence of the area?
I would say so. Another place that you've been to that would also probably suffice is the dam that you went to that's sort of the boundary of Ithithondra.
I think she would have made it a point to go up to one of the dragon statues.
Sure.
I have to. It's basically between similar points.
And do you have one in mind that might put us closer to Saren?
Well, I can bring us back to Ithithondra.
Yeah, that might just be best.
All right. Well, everyone else prepare to be blinded.
Everybody hold hands.
And remember what I said, we don't stop because it's dangerous if you stop. So we gotta keep walking.
Don't stop or we die.
Well, it's just... It feels like if you stop, something will get you. I don't know if something actually will, but why take the chance? Am I right, everyone?
You're so right. Is your friend gonna join us again?
Well, we don't have a...
Choice.
Well, no. We don't have a telepathic bond going, so I don't...
Oh,
Maybe only me. I don't know.
it's true. Will I see him?
Well, I mean,
Again.
unless Dakin wants to do that so that
We
you
could
guys
take a
can-
moment, but let's if anyone feels like having their mind intruded on.
He's not gonna... He just...
Takes a peek.
Yeah.
He just pulls the curtain back a little and takes a peek out the window.
Well, I don't know
Yeah.
if he can really... He's just... listening to your conversation.
That's not creepy at all.
Well, I think it's my fault. I'm sorry. I don't. My bad.
Who gets
I'll,
to see this time?
Well, I think I'm just gonna let Vosti see again.
Yeah, save the nightmare for me, everyone.
It's not that bad.
It's weird.
No, it's actually. It's quite nice. There's
It's
like a
weird.
whole
It's nice for
like
you, but
castle-looking building, and
oh yes,
it's shadowy and
Wait, there's a
purply and-
castle?
Lots
I
of-
want to see the
no,
castle.
lots of shadows and lots of darkness and things moving out your peripheries and the feeling of
what,
being
shadows?
watched constantly.
I mean, you are being watched by Grimheart.
Among other things, maybe. I don't think if we stop, Grimheart's going to try and kill us.
You
Or
never know.
is he?
Am I
What the
right?
hell?
I'm just kidding. I'm just kidding. It's just, it's like, that one well. It feels like that.
That one well. What do you
The
mean?
big hole in the ground.
When I went and jumped in after Laura.
Nope.
Where
the
Mary
one with the
Vane?
flower. The one with the
Yeah.
flower. And
Where Mary Vane came out
The
of.
one Mary
Yeah.
Vane came out of.
And if Mary Vane can, travel in, it's fine. I've been there. I didn't die. I came back. I was in one piece.
As we're having this conversation, he'll take the time to cast the not the emboldening bond. That's my other ability. The Rary's telepathic bond.
You were in One Piece? You know Luffy?
The One Piece is
Alright,
real.
I put my hand on the statue when he's done.
Uh-huh.
And similar to last time, the constellations sort of form a little archway to go into. And only Vosti can see. And me, obviously.
Creepy times.
Come on, hold hands so we don't get lost.
Take my
You guys
hand.
are on your way to Inamar. Or Ithathandra. You are sort of sucked into, for most of you, like a place of just complete darkness again. And for Vosti and Very, still a place of shadow. You, because of the telepathic bond that you all have, you are remaining close, like in physical contact with each other, so that way, somebody doesn't go wandering off. But you are sort of aware of each other spatially because of sort of the sensation that you have of each other inside of your heads. You start to walk. It's going to take you not nearly as long as it could. Is there any conversation that is had? Or are you guys just staying quiet and moving through as quickly as possible?
In the
Right.
bond. Oh, go ahead.
Nope, your turn.
In the bond, Alara's going to be like, so describe what this castle looks like to me.
Well, it's not like a castle, I guess. I don't really know how to describe. It's honestly like a maze on the inside. I have a very nice bedroom in there.
Why can't
Gwen,
we
is
just
that-
stay here?
No, I want to. She asked the question.
What was the question? Sorry.
Well, why can't we just stay here if you've got a bedroom?
Well, we're not in the castle. We're in the surrounding area. I don't know anything about what surrounds the place I stayed at.
Can we go inside?
Nope.
Well, that's not very cool.
I mean, like, if we went here a different way, probably, but I'm not teleporting us into this place. I am carving a pathway through it.
you get a sense of somebody just feeling amused at this conversation, but not participating.
All right, so you're just going to listen and you're not going to give any input.
Creepy.
What can I say?
I'm asking questions.
No, not you.
Oh,
Well, is she allowed to come to hang out sometime?
a
I don't know if that
sleepover?
would be very good.
Why?
They would get lost.
I can't help.
You can help yourself,
Ugh.
but I mean, if you feel like they would be interested in forming a contract with me.
No. Don't do
You
that.
get the sense that was very much a joke, that he wasn't like sincerely asking.
Well, I was
she's-
almost not a werewolf.
She's reacting like that because she's like, no, nobody act like he's serious about that. Come on. All right, well, there you have it, Alara.
Okay. What else can't we see?
Shadows.
Shadows of what?
You can choose if you're describing any of this. What Vosti is seeing is very much like this is just more of like a vibey picture than a reality picture. It's much more like sort of creepy Victorian manor and moors and like low buildings that you can just barely make out, and lots of sort of vining forest and like just like haunted movie props kind of thing, like that sort of whatever, like you would imagine actually kind of appropriately like the Wolfman movie being filmed around here. And just it's kind of just grays on grays on grays on grays as opposed to any really sort of dynamic color. You guys are the ones that are the most dynamic in color, and even then like you feel desaturated.
Is there any source of light at all, like a moon?
It is not, there isn't a specific source of light. It's bright enough that you can see, but it's like kind of like perpetually dusk, but the light is just sort of diffuse and gray.
I would say Very's not describing any of that. She's more like shrugging it off because she's like, it's not that bad.
Boasty?
Law, remember Blackstone Manor? What was it? Black what? Black
The
This
That
at
family?
Sonor?
murder mystery.
Mm-hmm.
What was it called?
The keep it
Black
Sonor.
Raven situation?
Do you remember Black Raven Manor?
Yeah.
It was a lot of that style, but then you just sort of multiply it times 5 in size and creepiness, and there's never the sun, and that perpetual shadow and sort of cloudy, foggy smears. of-
Okay, well, next time
No
you don't get
color-
to see then because I was like, hoping to play it off here and you would just not do this. But here you go, telling everyone. Should have let Valerius see.
Or do you not see what I see?
Trying not to freak people out.
Well, I mean, to be fair, the first time, creepy as hell. The second time, not as creepy. Not as creepy. I'm going to admit it. It's not great. I'm not
But it's
stopping
just,
to
I'm
take a
saying, there's
picture.
just a reason I let the same person see both times.
Oh. It's not creepy, Alara. I am the most fearless of us all, and therefore shouldn't be afraid yourself. Carry
that.
on.
I feel like that didn't need to be. Those are mutually exclusive things, I feel.
What, me being the strongest and most
All right.
fearless? You're right. You're right, brother.
Okay.
Whomever Alara's holding hands with, both of them get squeezed just a little bit tighter.
Well, nothing can get you in
Like I
here if you
get it.
just don't stop.
Sorry. Skip Rocks goes, ow.
Oh, sorry, Skipper.
It's a really tiny hand and you're just crushing it.
Is she leaning over to hold his hand? What the hell? Or is she just like
I guess
dragging him like a
so.
doll?
He's flapping his legs
flying.
along.
He's flying.
Yeah.
He's flying. He's flying. You're holding
He's
two little
flying at
hands.
arm level.
It's like when you
Yeah.
swing a kid between two arms.
Yeah.
We're spinning in circles and nobody has realized we're way back at the beginning.
Well, anyway, it's like I said, you don't have to be afraid if you just keep walking.
At some point during the reassurances that Vosti was giving, when he was just like, it's not that bad, he heard like, thank you, in the head, just being like, appreciate that. And then again, Grimheart isn't trying to invade too very much. And anyway, you guys end up like getting spit out very shortly thereafter in Ithathandra.
Spit out like a baby.
I don't like that. That was not good.
What? We're birthed from the Shadow Realm. I don't understand what the problem is.
I don't win. I
When-
don't think that's, I don't
slap
think
my
that's
ass.
okay.
When we get spit out or before we go in, can we see, because when does the blindness take effect?
Inside.
So as they get spit out, Alara
Mhm.
quickly turns to try to look and see if she can see anything before the portal closes.
Nope.
You see shadows and a couple of like sort of flickering stars.
That doesn't seem so bad.
Told you.
Do you
You
guys,
guys are in Ithathandra North.
do you guys think we could take like a small little rest? I already
Sure.
drank my apple juice for the day, so I just
Like an
Why don't
hour
we go-
or
Why don't we go sit down somewhere and get something to eat?
Oh, let's
yeah.
get a wine.
It's the last
Have you
time
Alcohol.
we went out to eat.
Mothers. Oh, but it
No,
went
I mean,
out.
like-
Yeah.
Like to a
Yeah.
restaurant.
Yeah.
I tried to make you all
In
stop and eat
Namar?
corn with me yesterday, and none
Yeah,
of you,
Madam.
or today, and none of you would, so I had to take it to go.
Madame Garçon, or whatever her name was. That's where we
I
probably.
mean-
Darmal.
Darmon.
That's it. That's
Normal.
Armand.
We're forgetting the ancient text.
Madame
No.
Garçon.
Let's
But I was there when they were written.
You guys could go to the Starlit Lantern. That was, I think, technically the last
With the
place you
hot
all went out
lady,
to eat.
I'm
With
in.
the hot lady.
Alenia.
Well,
Mhm.
Wait, what? Who's
Oh,
in what?
yes, the
Where?
very, very tall, hot woman.
Yes.
Yep.
oh, yeah, that's right.
Would you focus
don't
on your
remember.
goddamn future wife, man?
I don't remember this place.
Really? You'll remember when you see her.
You're gonna remember.
We go there. We go there.
Remember, she's gonna marry Rennis, the Eastern foreman. Remember?
No.
Yeah.
We
That
delivered
was
the
a
letter.
while ago.
Where
Remember?
was I?
So what happened? What had happened is like fully in character. I made a big stink about how I hate these stupid fetch quests
Uh-huh.
and delivering stuff for people. And then we walked up and found this guy, and he went, "Can you deliver this letter for me?" And I went, fine." And I took the letter.
Yeah. Yeah.
Yeah, remember you made him a stool.
I made
Out
him
of
a
the stump?
stool?
Yeah.
Yeah,
it's
you
out of
did.
the stump.
Yeah. That was this place?
Well, it was
yeah.
the. It was
Why did I
the.
thought that was Inamar?
It was at the dam of
It was at the dam
Ithathandra.
outside.
Oh,
of the
okay,
city.
okay. Yeah, I
Mhm.
remember now. And that guy wasn't
Mhm.
very grateful. That was kind of an asshole. Should kick that
He
stump
was
down the road.
incredibly
Give us-
grateful.
He was
He
very
did give us
grateful.
5 silver.
Nice.
Oh, 5 silver. Holy shit.
You guys just led him to believe very convincingly that you were couriers, and so he paid you like couriers.
Yeah, because I was like, man, I hate delivering stuff. We're couriers. Hey.
That's all Valerius.
No, that was because he asked us, "What do you guys do for work?" And we didn't know how to say we work for a secret spy organization. So I just went, "We're couriers," and fucking very glared holes into the back of my head.
For FedEx.
And then he said, oh, okay, in that case. And I went, fucking fine. I remember like very specifically going, ugh, fine.
Yeah.
Yeah, we go to the
Alright, let's go
Starlit
highlight this.
Lantern.
Okay. It takes you a while to get like just down south because that was in the southern part of the city. But you do make your way down there. I don't think.
And remember, this is where we ate the food that made us feel things. Like they weren't food items, but they were feels.
Correct. These frickin' weather effects.
Guys, no matter where it goes, it's always raining. Everywhere we
Mhm.
go.
We're in England.
Drives me bananas. So, you guys make your way down south to the Starlit Lantern. This is also where all of the other shops that you went and visited are located. So if you wanted to hunt for some more things, you probably could. The Starlit Lantern kind of gives off, just as a reminder, sort of like a vibe of like a high-end casino, maybe with like a little bit of like fancy brothel energy. And it's very classy looking. Like blues and coppers and like everything just is like very neat and orderly, and it feels like very high society. The front of house has a bunch of like really nicely laid out tables with fine settings and everything. And you recall that if you like continue through to the back, where you had met Alenia before, like that place is very much set up for conversation, where there's just lots of like cushions and pillows on different levels for having conversation. Are you guys going in and just have some food? Do you go looking for her? What do you guys do?
I don't think we need to see her specifically, but yeah, go in and.
I got my eyes open, like just in case I can sneak a little peek, you know?
And again,
Um,
just as when we came to Ithathandra before, Alara is just keeping her eyes peeled to see if there's been any changes to Ithathandra that we've made. She's looking to see if Hylora has noticed that they've re-arrived. See if
Yeah.
anybody clocking them. You know, she's just making sure to stay on her toes.
Yeah. Go ahead and give me just a general perception check for the journey that you've made.
Everybody,
from
or
north to
just-
south. If other people are also keeping an eye out for similar things, go ahead.
Well, I'm just trying to perceive the lady.
Do I have a plus? What's the +5 for?
That's a
Saving
save.
throws.
That's for
Oh.
saves.
Nice, not one.
20.
Who doesn't have it?
Oh, yay, worse.
Tripleting.
Yay.
Does anyone
I
not
do.
have inspiration?
I have
I
it.
can-
got it.
Valerius just
Take it.
got it.
Mercy.
So yeah, once you guys make your way, you don't really notice anything, Alara. As you're traveling through, you are kind of having to take like the main thoroughfare, so it could be easy to be watched and probably unnoticed by the people that are watching, but you haven't seen anything. And then the rest of you are just kind of overwhelmed, probably. You do, as you make your way into the Starlit Lantern, just as a reminder, you see Alenia kind of like passing through the tables, like on her way to the back, but she doesn't seem to be holding court in the main area today. There is the clerk at the front who looks up and is just like, do you have a reservation?
No.
Okay, that's fine. You all look very familiar to me.
We've been here before.
When was that? And she starts like flipping through her book.
Sorry, Gwen. I don't know who we're talking to because I can't see a
There's
picture.
a clerk. There isn't a picture for this
Oh.
nameless clerk.
I thought it was what's her
Well, I
name.
think this
It's
clerk
not.
deserves a name.
And
a name tag that says it's my first day.
Her name
is
Clark.
Calliope.
Oh.
She's worked here for years, unfortunately.
Damn it.
Yeah.
Did we go to this place before?
It was 4 days ago with the time skip stuff. It was the 14th to us, but it was the 7th with the weird time skip. So with it being the 11th today, it was technically 4 days ago.
My brain, dog. That sentence was wild.
Can I be honest with you, Calliope?
Yes.
I don't remember which day, because we've had some time messed with. You know, the surrounding forests of this area, you can like stumble.
Oh, sure.
Yeah. I mean, it was recently, like probably within the last week.
Mm-hmm.
And we went into the back and we talked to Alenia and we delivered her a letter from he's a very
Is his
tiny
name
man.
Kraken?
Yes.
We have your horse.
Oh.
Rickard, you forgot about Rickard? And she
He's
kind of like
not dead.
slap punches Dak in.
You guys have Rickard. Oh, fantastic. I'm sure he would love to say something about that, but he's just very
does seem
intently
to-
looking around.
Hello, my name is Jackie. Thank you for my horse.
There
About
he is.
that, how much does he owe anything for that?
No, he actually prepaid for a week.
Oh, good. Okay, yeah. I mean, we can take that horse with us when we leave. But yes, see, we've been here before.
Okay.
We
All
were,
right.
we were just hoping to take a quick rest and have a meal, if possible.
Oh, okay. Wonderful. Let me then just lead you through here and let's give you some menus. We do have a deal going on today for all of the depressive moods, if you're interested in that.
Oh, what's the deal?
It's half off. Or 2 for 1, but you don't have to get 2 if you don't want it. It could just be half off.
Do you have to feel that way to eat it, or will it make you feel that way after?
It's the experience of eating it, but they don't really have a lot of aftertaste.
Okay. Maybe I was really kind of hoping for like mystical or something.
Yep, we do have that. It's just not on sale.
Yeah, that's
here's
probably fine.
here is a table for you, and she like walks around and like pulls out the chair so you guys can tuck yourselves into it and sets out the menus.
Thank you.
And you guys see the same thing that you saw before, where the descriptions are very like sort of generally open-ended and also not of food. It's more like, that feeling you get when somebody scratches an itch on your back that you couldn't reach, or suddenly remembering a really good line to give in response to a fight that happened 3 days ago. Like a whole bunch of like just a variety of different just sensations. So if you want, you can make an order. You can make up something that you would like to purchase. But otherwise, you guys can, in general, take a short rest.
Yeah. While we're like sitting and eating,
hmm
and then remind me because I don't have my notes on this laptop. We didn't get a name. Do we have a name of the dragon for the mine that we were going to?
Yes, Saren, right? That was
Okay.
it.
Yeah.
So I kind of wanted to propose a question to everybody about this next dragon.
Yes, the Dreaming Storm.
What if? Well, I suppose I should just more pose the question of what are we going to do if this one is not as open to speaking with us as the other one? Like, I mean,
Maybe die.
okay, that's kind of what I'm trying to avoid.
Well, it's just I don't really know, power levels and how to gauge that.
Well, no, exactly. Like that
And I
one that was
likely,
changed,
yeah, I
sneezed on
likely
us,
won't
and
be able
almost
to
killed.
help us escape that.
So then, do we want to sort of think about this approach? Do we want to think about how we should go into this? Because,
Well,
like, one that was chained sneezed on us and almost killed us. Imagine what one that isn't fucked up is going to do.
suppose I don't want to talk too much about it in here because I don't know who's listening. So
No, of course.
I thought
Yeah,
maybe we could discuss a plan when we're outside of the city, maybe.
that's fine. We can do that. I just wanted to bring that up.
And we'll have a horse again. No,
That is true.
no wagon though, or anything of the
Understandable.
sort. That would be in Inamar.
Mm-hmm. All right. I just wanted to bring it up. I feel like it's something worth mentioning. But yeah, we'll talk more about it, I suppose, when we're out of here.
And you better remember to bring it up because I won't.
No, believe me, I've been thinking about this entire time. I will.
You got the notebook out, the little notepad.
Yes, I absolutely have the little notepad out.
He's like flipping through it. He's like, yes, I do.
It's right here.
Oh, actually, sorry, wrong page. Let me keep going.
Flips halfway back through the book.
Yeah, does anyone else have anything they want to do or just take the short rest and then hopefully start heading out?
I would like to stop by a toy store if we can find one.
Okay. Throwing that on me. There is. Ooh.
Stop trying to buy more plushies. I don't trust them.
You.
I'll let you check it out first.
No!
Very funny.
I'm scared.
Shit,
I
I
would
forgot
say-
what fucking kids want.
Stuffed animals called Terry the Tarrasque. He has a fun thing. No, put it down.
It's Terry Skew, please. I would say that you could probably get something that is toy-like from ugh, probably the Veil's Edge, which is close by. It probably will have some magic in it. That's the place that you got your axolotl.
The
for
axolotl,
example.
yeah.
Mm-hmm.
I think Lara would definitely go and just see if she feels drawn to anything.
Okay. Sure. Describe to me. Describe to me what you mean when you feel like if you're drawn to something.
I mean, when you pick a new hobby and
Mhm.
you're like, you know what, this is the hobby for me. This is what I want to do. You may not stick with it, but you're trying to test some stuff out and get a feel for things. And like if there's a toy section and there's plushies, she's walking around looking at them, and if
Mhm.
seeing if she feels drawn to any particular plushie. And, I mean, it legit doesn't even have to be magical. It can just be a plain old boring plushie.
I think that what you're generally finding are like dolls that just look like some humanoid races. So you find like a little tiefling doll, you find like a human doll, an elf doll. And you can tell that there is like a core to them that has some magical resonance to it just because they feel a little bit like vibratey. Not physically vibratey, but they're just kind of like there's like a shiver to their energy. That probably indicates they could be enchanted to do something. But there's a a variety. So there's like an orc doll, a gnome doll, halfling doll, that sort of thing.
Is there a Skivrox-esque doll?
There isn't one. There is like little like carvings of imps that are definitely magical. And you're not quite sure what those might do, but there isn't any dolls that are really depicting anything overtly infernal or demonic.
I feel she would probably go towards a tiefling doll, preferably blue.
They do have a blue tiefling doll. It's sort of a gender non-specific one. It's got hair long enough that you could style it however you wanted to. And it's dressed in like pretty generic like leather armor.
I think she'll get provided it gets familial approval, because she doesn't want to take home Terrence Esquire. But if it gives good vibes to anybody who comes along with her, she'll take a blue tiefling doll.
Sure. Just as a reminder, the person that you're making this purchase from, because I'm gonna throw it out there just in case it like
This is the
influences
ring lady,
anyone.
isn't it?
This is oh bo, 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 bo. Let me just double check her. I think it's Kirla. No, it's not Kirla. She's the other one. I don't think I made her. Well, I'll just share the picture then. It's her who's selling these things.
And it's the Veil's Edge, right?
Mm-hmm.
Can you
Correct.
show it to me so they can see what you're talking about?
Yeah.
They being the little guys in this screen. There we go.
So did anybody go with her when she was doing her toy shopping?
Wow, that was crazy timing.
No, well, yeah, technically I need to find paints for Leora, but I'm wanting magic paints.
The Vale's Edge would also be the place that you could at least inquire about magical paints. I
go
would
to
also call out
Wow.
that your brother has magical paint.
I'm sorry.
Yeah.
I'm sorry. What?
I do, in fact. I'm
Valerius
trying to
has
find it in
magical
my
paint.
sheet. Let me find it.
This is crazy.
Unless you sold it or something. Yeah, it's the plenishing palette.
Yeah, no, I still have it. I haven't
do?
gotten it.
Mhm. It basically just replenishes paint. So she never has to buy any new paint.
Yeah.
Entire time. Judas.
Judas, no.
Well, I mean,
He
it's
is the
his.
dad. He is the dad hater. Not to point out the obvious.
That's crazy.
Judas.
I'll still inquire about magic paints from the Vale's Edge lady.
Okay. Well then I think let me see if I can get a price check on this. Give me 1 second.
Price
Hashtag
check.
on aisle 2.
Mm-mm-mm.
I don't think Very goes into the shops. I think she just sort of waits outside because she doesn't really need anything right now. I think.
Okay. I think I will let I think she does have marvelous pigments.
Yeah.
It is an item that basically it has like 4 pots of paint inside of it, and each pot of paint is enough to cover 1,000 square feet of surface, and you can create inanimate objects or terrain, so like a door or flowers or a pit or a room, anything that's up to 10,000 cubic feet. And then when you complete the painting, whatever it depicts becomes a real non-magical version of that. So like painting a door actually ultimately ends up creating an actual door. You can't paint anything that's worth more than 25 gold. But yeah, it would be a thing.
How much?
100 gold.
Oh. Oh my god. our
If you ask
fucking
me, I can afford it.
family is expensive. He's gonna poke his head out. So Leora wanted some paints, and I thought maybe I'd surprise her with some magical paints. And they have some, but it's for 100 gold, and I that would clean me out very much so.
I
I'm wondering-
give him 100 gold.
Oh, you've just got this laying around.
Yeah, remember when you guys went on a big shopping trip and I just wasn't there? So I
Oh.
didn't spend my gold the way you guys did?
Oh, that's awkward. Did you want to?
No.
Maybe we could find a place here. Probably.
No, but one day when I'm rich and I have 10,000 gold pieces, I want to come back to one of the stores here.
Oh!
And there's a tomb of a tome. I don't know why I said tomb. There's a tome
Could
that
be a
would
tomb.
No. There's a tome that would make me feel very influential.
Speaking of
I was
10,000,
glancing at one of those as well.
Speaking of 10,000 gold, we
Gosh.
we have 2,500 gold each, waiting for us back in Demeti. We could get that transferred, I'm assuming, but through the bank system.
Bank system.
I don't know. It's probably some sort of a magic vault.
DM,
I lost my debit card.
I'm gonna need a ruling here.
That's true.
So we have
Why
2,500.
have people move magic or gold physically between all of these very far cities and states and everything like that when you could just send it magically?
It's like Harry Potter.
I have just a
Who?
question here.
Who?
Is the price on the Ring of Amity true? That it says
Oh, what does it
in
say?
it would be in the jingling pouch. It doesn't say it in my regular inventory.
Believe it is. I believe I priced those the way I wanted them to be priced.
Holy mother fucking
What is
shit.
it? How
Mhm.
much is it?
Well, it says in here that it's 16,500
Oh,
It's
Are
a
you wearing
really good
it?
item.
It's it's a really good item
are we not using it? Why aren't we using it?
cuz I can't anymore.
Wait, what does this ring do?
It's the one that if you heal someone, the other creature that's bonded also gets healed, and then you can invoke a rune to turn an attack of your ally into a crit.
Oh shit. Wait, if you heal, it heals someone else, and if you
So, like, if I heal someone and me and Veri are bonded, Veri also gets healed.
Oh wow.
Like, if I gave you 10 HP, Veri also gets 10 HP.
And you can't use that? Being the healer?
Or, sorry, no, the other way around. If I heal you and if I heal Veri and we're both bonded, it heals me too. That's what it is. Sorry.
Got it. Can you not?
No, because I attuned to it and then I disappeared and then I got another attunement item. Because you can't stay attuned to it if you leave the plane that you're on. And I subsequently did so the exact same day.
Did we found that ring or did we buy that? We didn't buy that.
We got it in the puzzle dimension, I think.
No.
Oh yeah.
No?
Oh.
No. It was
He
in
wasn't
my
in the puzzle dimension.
it was in my jingling pouch that I got forever ago.
Holy shit, dude. Well, I mean, wouldn't it
basically
be
it has a bunch of fake rings in it and then it had a bunch of magical rings in it. Some of them I gave to people because
Oh, the
they
procs, yeah.
weren't attunement items and this one I kept.
Is that not a ring that Dakin can wear?
I have asked people a million fucking times if they wanted this ring.
Dakin, that feels like a good ring by my man's.
If I wear it, the
It's
problem is the only thing it would do is if Valerius heals me, it would heal Valerius because the person who's wearing it.
You don't heal.
Yeah, because I heal. So it's better if someone else has it so that it heals me too.
Oh, wait. No, I thought you said if you
No,
heal someone, it heals you.
Yes. So if I'm attuned to it, like the person, because it makes a bond between two people, right?
Yeah.
So if you are healed as the person wearing the ring by the bonded creature, it also heals the bonded creature.
Bonded creature. I got you. Okay. So then Valerius, you wouldn't have.
Okay, no. Let me clear this up, okay? Valerius and Vosti could wear it and get healed. One of you gets healed by Dakin and the other one also gets it. It's not like exclusive to whoever's wearing it one of them has to heal or something. It's like a benefit you guys can get and someone else heals you and then you would both heal. Man, why the fuck shit did I just get logged out at the exact moment I'm talking about this?
Well, then shit, I want it.
I've offered you guys this
Yeah.
times.
I don't remember knowing about this.
She's
ring.
offered it before. I
even posted a
can't
blank
screenshot
out.
of it.
It might have
I
just been
just can't-
because at the time we didn't have enough slots. But I can get rid of this talisman and I'm gonna fucking wear that ring.
What is happening that I cannot sign back in?
And I no longer have Abby, so I have another attunement slot.
Oh God, you don't want this Do you want that ring? I don't want this talisman. I'm never going to use this talisman.
Is that the one that hurts you?
Yeah, potentially can hurt me. It's
can
It'd be
sell
good
it
for
here at
a
Vale's Edge.
non-barbarian. Yeah, I'm gonna sell this talisman. Can I sell this talisman, please?
I'm just gonna like reshare this with you guys. So you've got the thing. I will let you know if you would like it, Alara, there is an option for a talking doll. That's really just
Oh,
a mundane
no.
doll unless you choose to attune to it, and then you can make it say up to 6 different phrases that you want it to say.
I didn't do
Eh.
so well with a talking doll the last time.
Okay.
At least this one speaks out loud and on your fucking brain.
Look, guys, the pyro converger. What's the thing that I had?
Mm-hmm.
Now, I originally had the Fade Silk Shroud, but now that my crossbow lets me do invisibility, I don't need the Fade Silk Shroud anymore. Does anybody want it?
I don't know what that is.
What does
It makes
do?
people like lose perception of you as an existence
I
for a
put
brief.
it. I
Cool.
put it in chat.
Oh, I'm never going to notice that people have perceived me. I'm too stupid.
They don't really perceive you very easily anyway.
It's true.
Fucking
You're
sell
very
that then.
easily overlooked.
Yeah, if nobody wants it, I want to sell that too.
I would like. She can sell the shroud. I would like to sell the wrathful talisman. How do I do that?
Mm-hmm.
You have to offer it to the shop. You have to drag it on there, I think.
Yeah.
How do I do it?
Yep.
Is that how do?
Yes.
Oh no, the shopping episode.
No, we're doing it.
I don't want
I
to.
also, if we can we hand wave going to the bank and getting each of us 2,500 gold?
Hmm.
Or do we need to go through the paperwork, bureaucracy?
I'll allow it. Give me just a second to remember the price of that Fade Silk.
It was 1,100.
Thank you.
You're welcome.
All right, only 6,810 more gold, and I'll be the most charismatic person you've ever met.
Wait, for what do you? Which one? What's the thing?
I want the tome.
Oh, the tome. Yeah.
We both want big book that makes our spellcasting stat go up.
How much more?
I
It
had
goes up
the
a full
gold
point.
for it at one point. I just didn't get it.
I only need 9,916 gold.
Hey, you know what? Little by little, you know.
Oh, I forgot I have 4 silver, 5 copper. Every bit counts.
Then my charisma will be 22.
Wisdom 22. What a world.
Is it possible for you to link the ring, Miss Vayri?
I don't have it anymore.
She gave it to me, but
And
I can post
I don't
it.
I don't think
Okay.
the one that you have has the description, or it might now. There was something wrong with it. I don't remember. Oh, thank God it has it. There's like 2 versions of it. One of them is broken, so.
Okay, so let's say that I do use that ring.
Mhm.
If I use my axe a little, let's say I'm bonded to Vosti. If I use my axe a little, that would heal him too, wouldn't it?
Well, you don't have to be the one attuned to it for that to happen. He could be attuned to it and make a bond with you, and then it would still do that. It's anytime you take healing, you don't have to be the source of healing.
Right, anytime that you were subjected to a spell. So
Yeah,
I could be bonded to Vosti, Dakin could heal me, he would get it too.
Yes.
Right. Like a chain.
But yes, also your self-healing will go to Vosti.
And so, like, if Vosti attunes to it and then makes a bond with you, it doesn't take up one of your attunement slots. Like, he can change who he's bonded with all the time.
Once a long rest.
Yeah. So like he can take a long rest and wake up that day and go, okay, today I'm gonna bond with Very. He can take a long rest the next day and say, okay, today I'm gonna bond with Dakin.
Vosti, you should see an offer in the chat if you scroll up.
Also, consider that I heal pretty good, but that's a crazy thing to use if Valerius dumps all of his lay on hands into someone because he's just giving 45 points to 2 people at once.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
The rune invoking is nice too for
Yeah, that's pretty crazy.
ladder attacking.
Yeah, that's like kind of the most the
Yeah,
one I'm looking at the most.
I wanted to see one day Dakin prepare inflict wounds and we go, okay, it's a crit.
Yeah.
But then I went away.
Do
I was actually really excited about having the ring. I just can't have it anymore.
Can I turn it into a? Well, I have to turn it into a crit after the result, right? That's how I would know, or just automatic.
It's as soon as as you
Automatic.
hit somebody, you just
Yeah.
reaction and then
On
it
the
turns
hit.
it.
You just say,
Got
okay,
it.
my reaction, I make that a crit.
Well, what do you want to do, Alara?
I mean, if you want it, go for it.
I mean,
Level
fuck it.
with
If you
me,
got that
man.
axe a little, I'll
Who
just
needs
bond
it
with you
mo-
all the time.
Who gets hit the most?
I mean, yeah, I do, but like, I would just need to. It's going to be an all-time bond with Alara or Valerius, who can heal me. Heal yourself, you motherfucker.
That's
But
not
it
how it
can
works
be
with Valerius.
anybody.
It's
Yeah.
and like anytime the person you're bonded with, or if you get healed, the
Oh,
other
that's true.
person
Yeah,
also
I
gets the
guess-
effect. So what
yeah,
I'm
I
telling
guess
you
it
is
could
that
just
it doesn't.
be-
Yes.
Yeah.
Like in theory, you could bond yourself to Very, who gets
She
hit
gets
a
healed,
lot.
and I get healed.
Yeah.
Got
I
it.
do also consistently take the most damage out of everyone here.
Yeah, it's just when we're going in. It's like, who's gonna almost die?
Well, you have to select who you're bonded with after your long rest.
Yeah.
So it's just kind of like a case by case, day by day. When I used it, I was trying to say, "Hey man, you're part of the group."
That's so
Okay.
nice of you. Wow, this is a really great moment. Where the fuck did Very go?
And then her rings went.
She's gone.
All right, I'm
So-
gonna hold on to it for now, and if it we could always fucking switch, like unattune,
Mhm.
give it to you.
Okay. I will let you guys go ahead and you can add 2,500 a piece to your golds.
Oh, I gotta do math.
Calculators are free.
Move
This
that decimal.
was gold that was basically your pay for the past 3 years for just not being around.
3
what
years
the Black
slash
Moon said
30
Here's
days.
your back pay, you fucking slackers.
Mhm. That Egrin had referred to. That was sent to your families, except for you, Dakin, because he didn't. He doesn't.
Wasn't
belong
mine
to your
also sent to their family?
family. No, yours was just put into a bank account for you.
Oh, okay, that's nice.
Mhm.
Dakin's never had a bank account before.
Does now.
Mhm.
It has no accruing interest.
0.0001% a year.
Yay, you've acquired 1 silver piece in the last 4 years of having your bank account open. I'm so happy for you.
We would love to share with you the benefits. And they slide 1 shiny copper across the counter at you.
I hope this is really tempting to keep your account with us open.
Isn't that
You know what I'm
wonderful?
saying?
It's free money.
You didn't remove 100 gold from your total, right, Very? Because now I have money.
No, I did. I already did. I already gave you that.
Oh,
We went to the
okay.
bank freaking after that, man.
take it back. Just take
Pay me
it back.
back.
It
Man,
gives.
we'll play it out. Come on.
I never put it in mine, so just gives the 100 gold back.
Yeah.
/me gives.
That's
Okay,
the last
I would
time
like
try
to-
be fucking nice here, huh?
I like to buy the whatever paints of the whatever
Nozzle's
mama.
mystical pigments.
Yeah, Mama's pigs paints. Mama's pig paints.
Okay.
Sweet.
They're on the shop.
Hello, my
Are
sweet
they?
sister. I've gotten you Mama's pig paints.
Yeah.
Oh, not nozzles.
Nozzle's marvelous
that's-
pigments.
That's it.
Poiches.
How much you think
Did-
white snow is worth?
Do it.
You would have to get it appraised, and I don't know.
That's so real. It's just that I have to attune to that too, and I'm attuned up the wazoo, you know?
Yeah.
Although really, I could probably at some point unattune to the item Grimheart made me and not feel bad about it, but not today, just like one day.
I don't see the paints in my inventory, but it doesn't matter. I'll have it. I just have it.
They are.
They're definitely missing from the shop.
Yeah. It showed up for you
Mhm.
to have it.
Can I off screen get it appraised and you just tell me later?
Sure.
Cool. I'm not gonna probably sell it. I just curious.
There it is. I see it now.
Just curious.
Okay. Did we do
Okay.
it? Do you want to buy anything, Alara, now that you have an attunement slot open?
I'm not seeing anything in particular that jumps out at me of what's available.
I may have you look
Okay.
at this crossbow too. But we'll do that later.
The crossbow I gave you so you would have range.
I know, but it's also something that, like, you know, the arrow shooter could possibly use.
Like her
Well,
own
my
crossbow?
my
Does she have a
crossbow's
killer bow?
really it's really
Okay,
really
you're
good.
All right, you're good then. You want to shoot
Plus
this
she
thing
needs
at
a
least
hand
once.
crossbow. For how
Oh,
she
okay.
fights. Okay. So you guys do make do a little bit of shopping, do a little bit of banking and everything. Do you want to collect Rickert?
Yes.
Okay.
Please give me my son
He's
back.
thrilled to see you. It's felt like a while for him. But he seems very happy to have you around again. And so you guys don't have a cart or anything unless one of you wants to splash out on that. But you have your run of Ithathandra if you would like to, or you can set out. What would you like to do?
I real quick buy 2 of these while everyone else is buying stuff.
Okay. You've got it.
Should we start going to Saren?
Mm-hmm.
Might as well.
And once we're out of town, we can have that conversation, Valerius once.
Yes.
Yeah.
Okay. Let me just do a real quick calculation.
Oh God, is she gonna roll some dice?
No. I'm just remembering for how quickly. You guys have about 40 miles to go. It's going to take you a little bit over 2 days to get to where you think it is. If you want to, as a result of that knowledge, fast travel there basically. So you guys take a 2-day trek and then start hunting around, or we can go slow and see if you guys run into anything. I mean, you would definitely risk falling into the winter court.
Falling in? I'm sorry?
I mean, you have to pass through it.
Can I see the map again, please?
Yeah, it's always available for you guys under Andromea
Yeah, you can
Yeah, but-
always see
and then the
it.
zone map.
But then if you bring it up, then chat can see.
Okay.
No, I mean I can just open it also.
Oh well.
I
Well,
always do
let's
whenever
see.
we talk about the map.
But,
Yeah.
but
Well-
so wait, we can fall in without having to go through the gate?
I mean, in the same way that it kind of sucked you in when you went through the autumn court, like you would
Yeah.
be able to avoid as much of it as possible, but you are going through that territory. So you might not fall into like the throne room, basically. But you're crossing through Fey touched zones.
So is it a what you're describing is that we all understand that little chevron is part of the potential suck zone and we can avoid it, or is that like a thing that because I know where the gates are, I'm aware of the zone?
You've been given information to update your map of
Okay.
basically the rough boundaries of each of the
Okay.
courts.
Can anyone get sucked into the court?
Yes.
Oh my god, that's terrifying. People just
Yeah.
traveling to Silsa and
That's-
just like
That's
bye.
Grey Note's whole issue with his sister.
Silsia.
Oh my
Mhm.
god, I forgot about Greynote's sister.
Oh yeah.
that is the Winter Court, right?
The blue
Yeah.
one, yeah.
No, I
So
mean the
people
Grey Note's
just-
sister. It was the Winter Court.
Yes.
Oh.
He thinks that's the case.
Yeah.
So people just don't go to Cliff Pass?
Go all the way around.
Yeah.
Holy shit, that would suck.
It's better than
Well-
your whole cart and all your fucking goods and services being launched into the
Guess so.
fucking Feywild.
I guess so. It could be a 2-day trip. They're like, see you in 3 weeks.
Mm-hmm. That's why
Damn.
most people actually just don't go to Ithathandra, period.
Yeah.
So there is a road, and people from Ithathandra will go through it because they usually have, like, a relationship with the Fey courts or whatever.
I
but most
simply
people
go like
are going.
this, and I start
the east.
crying and hope for the best.
Yeah, I think we just dip.
Okay, that sounds good. So that's gonna bring it to about 3 days of travel altogether. And just taking a look at our little calendar here, where does that put us? 1, 2, 3. Open up. On the 14th, on Friday. So let's go ahead and do that. We'll just sort of skip folks forward.
I'll wait.
Okay. It's a bright blue sky. Thank God. Let me go ahead and just throw you some forest to go through. I have perhaps just too many locations, actually, that I'm constantly sending you guys through. And also one of our, I think we'll just go with this. One of my map makers, some of their maps are kind of broken, which is stinko.
Hey,
So
you might see that soon.
you guys are basically making your way through
Downtown.
forest for the last couple of days. You've been camping out. There's been not a huge amount of like ruckus that you've had to deal with. Mostly just like forest creatures, but they don't really bother you while you are camping, and most importantly, you don't get invaded by anything that's sneaking up and stabbing you through the stomach or anything. So that's pretty nice. You start coming to sort of like the spring head of a river that heads east, and as you're checking through your map, this is the general area where you guys believe there is an entrance to a dragon's cave. We will begin with the investigation for that here after break, but if you have a thought that you don't want to forget, go ahead and...
Before we even do any of that, we haven't had our
sure.
conversation that we need, but yeah, let's do a break.
Yeah. So, break time. We will be back in 10 minutes, folks. Welcome back, everybody. Okay.
Yeah.
Conversation that was expected to be had. I will say that this is something that you guys had a conversation about during your travels. So sometime over the last 3 days. And Mosty, did
So-
you want to kick it off?
Nope.
Or Valerius?
Hilarious. Yep.
Okay.
Valerius?
The floor is yours. Uh-oh.
Am I dying or is his mic? Okay.
There you are.
Hilarious. Go ahead.
Valerius.
Technical gremlins?
I don't know. Yeah, something was going on. If for some reason the connection was crapping out. If it keeps doing that, I'm sorry. So what's the plan here?
Oh, I thought you had something to say.
No, I was the whole conversation was to talk to everyone about what was going on. About what we were gonna do here.
Well, I think our intention was to see if perhaps this dragon was also in a predicament and then potentially help free. Otherwise, just. Yippee, we saw another dragon.
So
Because
like,
I think
what?
I think it's sort of a new thing that we've taken upon ourselves to at least investigate to see if these other dragons are as worse off as Xelathar was.
And
So
I'm not necessarily against that, but again, something when I was speaking with Very a little bit when we were at the restaurant is that what are we going to do if it goes real bad? Like, what if this one doesn't want to talk? What these are a lot of what ifs that aren't really based on any evidence, but it's just like, do we want to have fail safe case it goes bad? Because like this is dealt with a lot of weird shit. We've dealt with a lot of things that are very dangerous. I feel like this is like a next for us, and I think it at least warrants a conversation.
well, I
I don't
suppose.
I don't think we have a backup plan.
Well, do you have the ability for your teleport ability or spell? Is there a way you can know where that location is before you cast it? Like you did with the mines? Or that was just that you knew of it?
I just have been to those places.
Yeah.
I have to know that they're
Magical in nature or something.
It's like they represent that area magically the most.
So really
And
it's just if we get lucky in their lair or around it that you would be able to tell.
Well, I mean, last time we were in. No.
We're just outside of it, I think. Oh no, we fell into the court.
Yeah.
Outside the door.
Their whole area is magic. Like, they're really easy.
Yeah. Is there a way that you can...
I won't be able to get us out of this.
Yeah. Is there anyone that can...
Yeah, because all the things that I can do are purely if it hits the fan, I'm there to support us.
Mm-hmm.
Can we not just try our best to talk?
Oh, definitely. We're talking.
No, absolutely. I
think the answer is that we don't have a failsafe. We just don't.
Yeah.
I think it's just one of those things in life where we don't have a backup plan. We don't.
Anything I can do that would get us out of there relatively quickly is a risk. It's a chance that it won't work, and then I can't do anything else to help for the moment. Like, if it really comes down to it and it's going to try and kill us, I can banish it and we have a minute to run.
Oh, that's a minute. I mean, I believe it's best if we just get out of there. And I'm
Honestly,
going-
arriving to speak with it, speaking its language with, if we can say what Zelithar explained to us of her, I think we have a reasonable chance. It's just if something as
Mhm.
bad has been happening to Saren as was to Zelithar.
Yeah, and I mean,
Yeah.
I think we can tell Saren that we will update Zelithar
Right.
on how they're doing, and I think it's been a very, very long time since they've seen each other, so that might be worth it in and of itself. From a whole building away.
From a whole building away. All right. Well, I just wanted to have that conversation because this is definitely an increase in potential danger of all the potential dangers we've encountered recently.
No, I think it's the right kind of conversation because a lot of times we don't really have time to prepare for really anything. So it's a good good thinking, brother.
Yes.
Good job, brother. Good job. I'm patting you on your head.
Now you're being
Thank you.
patronizing.
Thank you.
Oh, am I? Oh,
This is weird.
sorry.
Why are you patting me on the head in the middle of the forest?
What you're doing? You're being a
Patronizing.
good boy.
Ew, what
Okay.
the fuck is
It
happening?
was awful, and I don't want to be part of this family anymore. No.
I'm leaving the game.
I'm disowning myself.
So hold on. I need you to understand. Good boy again, and the dog just perked up.
Oh my
Who?
god. The dog.
The dog that
Oh.
I'm watching is perky. Said that.
All right. I think we did it, Gwen. We solved our. We have our dragon plan.
Now we're doing our investigation.
You're muted. You're muted.
Gwen?
You guys can roll an investigation or a survival check just to get started.
I give myself advantage.
I guide Alara.
Okay.
Yeah, I was just gonna see you through
Does-
everything with survival.
Does this have anything to do with fae, fiends, or undead?
You're looking for a dragon? So, no.
Okay. I didn't know if they qualified under fae.
Got their own whole
n-
bitch.
They're their
Just
own
magical.
draconic thing.
They just magic.
Mm-hmm.
Magique.
Magic, magic, magic.
Okay. Yeah, you guys basically start to set off the trail. Looking around, you know that you're searching for a cave, and Valerius, Alara, that's kind of where you're basing a lot of your hunting for, is looking for things that I would identify themselves as like a cave could be present here. Vosti, I'm gonna riff a little bit because of what you often do, which is your magical awareness. And you were able to get like a very strong sense that the stone around Zelithar's lair was very magically infused. And so with yours, I think you're going to be like using that a little bit to sort of like, test the air for bits of magic to see if that's the direction that you guys want to be heading. And I think it is in general. You guys start setting out. I'm going to give you something new to look at. As you come upon sort of deeper into the forest that's there, you're having to move away from the river. But you do come upon like in the dark of it, where it's actually so dark at this point that you are kind of questioning if you're fully in the material as you wander off the path a little bit further, but you do ultimately come to a cave, and it's a very large-mouthed cave. But I will allow you to contemplate this if you want to take a pause.
Is my magical awareness still up?
Mm-hmm.
And it's just leading directly into mouth of said cave?
It's not like a map marker in an MMO, but the aura of this place has that sort of resonant magic that's similar to what you had experienced when you were going deeper into Zelithar's keep.
Should we call out to it from out here? Or
How far back into that can I see?
You can see relatively far into it. It just goes like deep and down. So you can see into it, but it's got a slope to it. So eventually you know that your vision is being cut off just because of the angle that you would need to go down in order to get further.
I'll throw up a
Alright.
divine sense just in case.
Okay.
Can I get close to the entrance and like try to smell or hear? Listen, see if I hear anything or smell like. I mean, I was in Zelithar's cave. Do I smell anything that may smell familiar? Like,
that dragon smell?
yeah.
Yeah, go ahead and do that.
I don't want to smell anymore.
Oh.
Right.
There's definitely like a musk that's in this cave that you are you're like that. I mean, it's not Zelithar's smell, but there's something that you haven't smelled
Zelithar.
before.
Melithar, is that what you just said?
Smelithar.
Valerius, there's a weird like tinge of celestial, enough that you're just like it like tickles your senses, but it's not anything specific that your divine sense is saying like aha kind of thing.
Aha!
Oh.
All right. Well, as far as I can see, the cave eventually goes downward.
I smell something unfamiliar.
All right. Stay behind me. I'll take the brunt, and if I die, tell everyone I was a hero.
What if you fall off a cliff?
Still qualifies as the hero.
I just walked
Okay.
directly next to him, like roll my eyes.
No, don't walk in front of me.
They're so cool. They're double heroes.
For glory or whatever. Can we just go?
The battle rages on, sister.
No, don't loop me into that. I'm not doing that.
Yes, the battle rages on.
I am not doing that.
All right, we're creeping in, getting closer,
Okay.
little by little. Not just like walking casually in. We're sneaking.
I stroll I'm just kidding.
Okay, I have a question for you. An important
Should be very
question.
sneaky.
If you ask me how long do we walk for before we turn back, I
I know.
swear to God.
All the way.
Valerius,
Yeah.
how long do you walk for?
Crazy.
I go home.
This is crazy.
I'm retiring.
You just leave right away?
Yeah, no.
But how long do you guys walk for? It's at this point it's approximately 4 p.m. You had a
fuck.
decent night's sleep the night before.
honestly, I mean, as far until we find something of note.
Yeah.
Yeah.
For 2 weeks?
I mean, if we have to.
I mean, come on, Gwen. Like, what are we doing here? 2 weeks? What are you talking about?
As
We're
we're
gonna
like
die.
entering in,
Mhm.
if possible, I would love to do as we like start walking to ritually cast detect magic. I know her title was the Dreaming Storm, so I just want to make sure we're actually
Ooh.
this time walking in a real tunnel. I
Great.
know we did this last time.
Solid. Yep. No, you're right. No, you're right.
Okay.
I did not even think about that.
Interesting. Okay. You guys walk for about an hour. And this magical sense, I'm going to have you hold off on it, Tenta, because I don't want you to
Mhm.
waste it. But as you guys have been going in for a little bit, like Vosti, you still have had like that sense of just the magical resonance. And Dakin, you're just so unwilling to be tricked. And so you're willing to like have everybody kind of hold up a little bit so you can spend the time to ritually cast this spell. And you know, it's fair. You've got a horse with you. You didn't have that last time.
I do have my horse with me.
We brought the horse in the game.
I'm not gonna leave it outside to get killed in the forest. We're in the Ithathon. We're in the fucking Tamarwin woods.
Put it
Yeah,
in the
fair, good
tiny
point, good
house.
point.
As soon as I'm done casting this, we can put it in the tiny house.
Jesus Christmas.
Oh my god.
You cast detect magic, and where before you kind of just got the same thing that Vosti got, which is that there's a resonant magic here. You are very aware that there is magic afoot. It is absolutely illusion magic, and
Oh.
you all have been under its effect for you're not quite sure how much time, but you can
Oh,
see
shit.
that it's kind of like seeped into each of you.
There's illusions in here. It's affecting all of us.
Oh fuck.
Well, what can you do?
Okay, I'm going to say out loud in Draconic. Oh, first, let's put the horse in the tiny house.
Yes, there's no place like home. I bamf him in.
In Draconic, I will say Saren, we mean you no harm. We wanted to see if you needed our help in any way. We have met Zelathar, and he has explained to us that your kind, excuse me, your kind might be potentially in danger or sparse, and we just want to talk.
Don't forget the Oracle said that they're cryptic, but they are concerned with the magic in Andromea.
Also, she can also speak in Draconic, so you should repeat that in Draconic.
And we spoke with the Oracle that you might be an ally in terms of information, that you are also concerned with the magic in Andromea. Did I say that right?
No, you did, but you said it really weird. We're all saying this in Draconic still. Does anyone else want to say something? Also, to potentially.
He's trying to eat us.
Yep, he
You
said,
guys
"Don't
sound
eat
like
us."
you're trying to read a book, but
yeah,
doing
no,
a really weird job.
She sounded like that.
No, you
I was
also
thinking-
sounded like you were trying to read a book. You were
but I was
saying it
being
so
cautious.
slowly.
It was cautiously.
You were saying
speaking.
it like it was your first time doing ascending.
Little bit, but yeah, it didn't feel that way. I've
Saren.
never done it.
It's me, Vosti.
I was saying it like I was being insensitive, as if they were
We
like deaf
have
or
been
something.
informed.
I don't know.
You are not the father.
Don't you
Dakin.
remember that time I called that guy a library instead of a liability?
Yeah, you did say biblioteca. That was really weird.
Yeah, what
You also
language
keep
is
rolling
that?
your R's in places you don't need to roll your R's. It's really strange.
Hey,
Mhm,
what was the
sounds
DM about to
elvish.
tell Dakin?
Yes, Gwen?
You feel a ripple in this magic, and you see
Oh,
through each of your allies that illusion magic kind of like passes through them and like spreads from the inside across their eyeballs with like this sort of purpley blue light that just passes. It just kind of like shimmers across. And then you also kind of feel like your vision waver just a second. Because you know that you're paying attention to it. And each of you then sees like that where you guys had been standing, there is no longer tunnel. There's just sort of like this like cavern that's been opened up. There's like some light that is getting sort of bounced off of damp rocks up above from some sort of crevice towards the ceiling that is illuminating this space. And it's got sort of round carvings on the floor, and there are 5 pedestals that have been sort of arranged around in sort of the center. And there's writing that you guys can read. It's in Draconic. You have a recognition that it's in Draconic. But that's sort of what you now see instead of a tunnel.
Very does this thing where like she points at herself and she's like mouthing 1 and then starts counting everyone else. Okay, we can all read one of those.
all right.
Yeah.
Dakin, you still sense illusion magic at play.
This still isn't what is really here, but I think she's trying to show us something.
I go
Alright,
up
well,
and I
let's-
read one.
Okay.
Same.
Okay, so there's writing that's on the floor. There's also writing on the statues, or on the little plinths that there's objects upon them. Are you focusing on the plinths or are you focusing on the floor?
Is there writing on the floor in front of them? Each of them?
It kind of circles around the whole space.
I'll start with what's on the floor.
Okay. And then are the others going up to the figures that are there?
Yeah, probably.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah.
Then just to finish describing, so there's like the little plinths that are arranged in sort of the center. On one of them is just like a little figurine of a person that is dressed in like clerical robes. They're not like super descript, so it's not clear like to what god this cleric might be, but it is clear that they are in clerical robes. And you see like on the sides of the plinth the labeling the saint, and then there's writing sort of around it, but we'll get to that. You also see another figurine, but it's just like completely black. Like it's made of maybe obsidian or something, and it's clearly representative of a figure, but it's not, there's no descript features to it. And then around the outside, it says the shadow. There is on one of the plinths a mirror, and it says the mirror around it. there is a sort of like a carved agate maybe, but it's sort of a red and yellow stone, and it's been carved so that it looks like a little like lick of flame. And on the plinth it reads the flame. And then on the final plinth, there is just a mask. And the plinth says the mask. As you're kind of walking around the circle of the space, you read, "To see what is true, you must choose what is false. Illusion wears many faces, but only one is mine. Shatter my lie, and I will lift the veil."
I
will
feel like
cross
as
those.
she's walking around and reading it, she's like
Mhm.
telling everyone what she's reading.
Paste it there in chat. For the others
an
who like,
dash AI. I'm joking. I'm joking.
I
I'm
like
joking.
M dashes.
I know, so do I, and I get
Um,
really offended when people call them the AI symbol.
I just don't know when to use a colon versus a semicolon, so I use an M dash instead. I'm gonna
That
be
is
super
also
honest.
what I do. So
Okay, so there's those different figures. Would any of you like to walk up to? Did you walk up to anyone in particular? For those of you that said you were walking up to a plinth.
I need what the plinths and the writing says. Never hold on. I think I'm getting it. So there's a person in clerical robes and it says the saint.
Hmm.
A person all in black and it says
A shadow.
a shadow.
Hmm.
A mirror,
The mirror.
and then a flame. Oh, and the
And
mask.
then the mask.
Well, illusion wears many faces. A mask.
Is it
Oh, it's saying what? It's saying
which
what
is the
she might-
lie?
Right.
Is it
Lie.
perhaps?
Well, there's things actually written like around the
Oh.
little figures as well. I just need to know which ones you guys are walking up to.
I go up to the shadow.
Of course you do.
I go to the mask.
I would
course
like to
you
go
do.
to the mirror.
Okay.
Go to the flame.
Okay.
I thought you were gonna go to the saint.
I was gonna.
Shoulda. All right, I'll go to the last one.
The saint. Okay.
Yeah.
Very. Around where the shadow is placed, the truth that it is speaking is, "I am your fear made flesh, and yet I do not hide."
Okay.
Okay. You went up to the mask, Alara?
Yes,
The truth that it gives you is, "I say nothing, you see a smile." Dakin, you are at the mirror, and it says, "I look like you, I sound like you, I move like you, but I am not you." Valerius, your truth is, "Fire burns away illusion. That's why you should fear me." And Vosti, the saint, their truth is, "I've never lied, not once in my life. Truth shines through me like sun through glass."
Which one of those do we want to try to think is the falsehood?
Could I just get what the mask was? Okay, thank you. Never mind.
I got him.
Thank you.
I see Buku.
And obviously you guys like can move around. You're not like stuck standing next to your
Mhm.
plinth or anything.
You know what? I'm going to go to where Vary is standing at the shadow and just see if the words change.
Okay. You read, I am your fear made flesh, and yet I do not hide.
And these are all written in Draconic.
Yes.
Wouldn't technically the saint be the false one?
Why?
Well, if it says to see what is true, you must choose what is false, but this one's saying, I've never lied. Some of these technically are lies, or at least one is a lie.
Which one?
Well, just in principle.
Hmm. True.
I mean, that was the one that I thought was maybe false, but
I mean, that's just one idea. I don't know what else anyone's thinking.
Oh, what do we do when we think we found the lie?
Shatter my lie. Oh, maybe break the statue? I mean, that's literal, but...
well, I mean, maybe you touch it first before you decide to destroy it, even though
No,
it's
I know,
not
that's-
real.
Do you think? No, because it says shatter my lie. You don't think it means? It definitely means itself, right? Her,
That's
not
what
us.
I was thinking. Just from what perspective, but if it says shatter my lie...
DM,
Yes.
can I use my Grim Psychometry to see if I can recall any information about this location?
Yeah, you can.
Like, because, Alara remembered when we were at the murder house, she saw what happened in reverse. So maybe she's
Yeah.
kind of hoping something like that'll happen again.
Sure.
Assassin's Creed codec memory. Oh,
Okay. Yeah, so you start to see the history of this place. This is where you were born, Alara. And
Huh.
you remember very clearly that when you were born to the Peer, who is Puriel's mortal avatar on Earth, the first thing that she did was pick you up and toss you in the air, at which point you were caught by an eagle and dropped into a little basket in the river, which flowed back into this cave, which is actually where the beginning of the world happened. And much like you, when Andromea was first sort of like rose up out of the ocean, an eagle came down and like swooped it up and then dropped it into a basket, which flowed through the oceans and eventually flowed back into this cave. And this is
These
actually where
memories
the
suck.
entire world was born. And so a planet basically kind of popped into being out in the middle of space, and then this gigantic eagle came and picked it up.
Chat,
And
this is this for the
flew it.
rest of the session, so just settle
Help
in.
me.
How long do you keep trying to
Control delete.
concentrate on the history of this place?
Alt F4.
Crazy? I was crazy once. They locked me in a room, a rubber room with
also
rats.
where the universe was birthed, and then it was
Maybe
picked up and
so.
dropped into a basket.
If this is where the universe was birthed, then who made the basket?
No.
The chicken. What?
We met
Oh,
him already.
You have a sense that because this is an illusion, you're not going to get the truth.
I love the idea that Alara just starts reciting all of that.
Guys, don't worry, I got this.
How many?
I'm gonna reach. Oh,
How
go
many
ahead.
times are you gonna keep going, Alara? You've said like pretty much the same thing, except you just keep ramping it up.
That's what I see. That's what I'm getting. I don't
think that's real.
I don't know how this works.
I think maybe false.
I'm gonna reach out and touch the saint.
It vibrates a little bit under your hand.
Do your statues vibrate? Or your figurines?
Oh, touches it.
The statue vibrates a little bit.
Yes.
Do all of them?
Touch.
They all vibrate.
Yes. Gosh, I don't know. I guess I think most of these could be a lie of some sort.
Could be. But I think Valerius might be onto something. The fact that one of these has to be a lie, and specifically the saint says, "I never lied." So, should I destroy this one?
Sure, I don't know what happens to us if we're wrong.
Hmm. To see what is true, you must see what is false. Illusion wears many faces, but only one is mine. Shatter my lie, and I will lift the veil.
Does that mean only one of these is true?
I suppose it means that one of these... Yeah, I don't know, actually.
Do you want me to put the mask on? See if I see anything through the mask's eye holes?
Sure.
I hold up the mask to my face.
Alara is holding a mask up to her face. Alara, it's vibrating a little bit.
So I was born, and then an eagle came down and picked up.
No, sweetie, I didn't think that was true.
I am the fear made flesh, and yet I do not hide. Why is it that I feel like all of these describe one of us?
I think they're just. I think they're describing, like she said, the different aspects of illusion.
I think you're just assuming because me.
Well, no, not just you, but well, Valerius. Like I said, I felt like he was going to pick the saint.
Well, we've got 2 people here who follow God, so
Well, I feel like, ironically, he picked. Dakin picked the mirror, and that kind of.
because he does a spell where he uses a very expensive mirror that he told us not to break.
I mean that maybe, but
I mean,
because
you just might be drawing lines that aren't there.
could be. Fuck it, and he picks up the saint and throws it on the ground.
Okay. As you shatter the saint, so too do you shatter the illusion.
Yippee! We solved the illusion puzzle.
The plinths go away, and that circle of sort of carving on the ground expands outwards into this crystalline space that is brightly illuminated. You can see what is somewhat reminiscent of Zelithar's temple heading out the back. And curled up around all of you is Saren. Ah, let me adjust her just a little bit.
Forgot to crop.
It's not a crop thing, it's an adjustment thing.
No, I know you have to like zoom out of it a little or whatever.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
Yeah. Horizontal, I want it to be left oriented. There we go. She is a like immense dragon. Like her tail and wings are kind of folded around where the space that you guys are occupying. Sort of like you're in the middle of like when a cat is laying up and it's curled up, like you're the cat and mouse at its belly. She has these really shimmery scales that are like a whole bunch of different versions of blue and violet, and there is like little ripples of electricity that kind of like will arc along the edges of her scales. And her wings, when she shifts them, there's like a little crackling that like lances out towards the stalactites that are hanging from the ceiling, and then you can see like that sort of electricity like causing those stalactites to glow briefly, and then it sort of dissipates into whatever. She actually has a lot of similarity, like you don't know what's beyond the cave, but what her coloring has a lot of similarity to Vosti's eyes when he's in rage. But maybe that's just reading too much into it.
I don't like how she said that, chat.
Well done. Well done.
Thank you. I feel like most of the time when we say fuck it, things go right.
Why did you choose the saint?
He looks at Valerius.
Think of the right way to word this to sound cool.
Wow, you were like really extra fried there. If no one else is gonna say it, I will.
I appreciate you.
Thanks.
Better.
Yeah, that was better.
Yeah, I'm out in the middle of nowhere and they have satellites, so I'm doing the best that I can.
We appreciate you.
So the question was, why did you choose the saint?
Mhm.
Because simply being that there is a falsehood you're looking for us to find negates that you tell the truth entirely.
Reasoned, well reasoned. If you're expecting illusion, then you should expect illusion. Anything that is certain, therefore, can't be an illusion. It must be either truth or a lie. But I wasn't expecting you to find truth.
That kind of
Why?
hurt my brain.
Were they all
Why
false?
is it that you've... They were all
Because-
illusion.
Exactly.
But illusion is simply illusion. It's a trick. Why have you woken me?
Well, recently we came across Zelithar, who was trapped in their own domain, temple, whatever. And we wanted to make sure that the same fate didn't happen to you.
I am not trapped. I am simply in hibernation. It is not our time anymore. Unless it is.
What made it no longer your time?
Have you suffered for the lack of us?
Kind of looks around at everybody. Suppose it depends on who you talk to, but
Well, I'm talking to you.
Yeah, kind of got you there.
yep. Suppose not really.
There you are.
Well, let's say there was an entity trying to rip its way into this world and it could destroy everything. Would it then be your time to, like, help?
That's a possibility.
Stay tuned for that.
Is it such a threat that there is no one else who can help?
Oh, you're looking at the people who are supposed to help.
Wonderful.
Just, on the off chance that we fail or something. I'm sure maybe it would be helpful if you guys were, like, there.
That's an interesting proposition. One could wonder whether or not that is necessary.
Well, I think you'd have to have amazing foresight to know.
Whether or not it's necessary.
Yes.
If a rabbit goes hopping through the forest and is killed by a wolf, should something have interfered on behalf of the rabbit to prevent the wolf from killing it?
Is that also going to have a very profound effect on the ecosystem of the area?
Whatever
Or-
it was that the rabbit was going to eat gets to live a little bit longer.
But I
It's
think
no longer going to be competing with its many siblings for food. They'll get more.
But I think that that's part of an ecosystem that's meant to be that way, whereas this is a being that's not meant to be here.
Who says?
Well, it's from an entirely different plane.
Have they banished the shadow folk? The glamour touched?
The who?
The fae?
No.
They're not from this plane.
Was that not just an unfortunate accident?
Does it matter that it's an accident versus design?
Well, it also has a different effect on this world than chaos.
I feel like the pieces of the material that were flung into the Feywild and the Shadowfell, the people that lived there, the cities that were lost. There's probably chaos that occurred.
But it's not born of that.
Is it not?
I don't know. Is chaos the reason that the haze exists?
Could be.
But it's something we don't know.
True. Saren, stands up and there's suddenly just, bolts of lightning kind of shooting all over, and it keeps getting sort of grounded into the stalactites and the stalagmites, and, Skivrox, jumps, and, hides, behind, Valerius, and then realizes he's covered in metal, and then jumps and hides behind Very, and then realizes that she's quite small, so he jumps again and hides behind Vosti. But Saren kind of shakes off and then begins to shrink down. So perhaps it's not quite as intimidating of a conversation.
I think a little bit still intimidating. Anybody else with me?
Oh, abso-fucking-lutely. She's
This is-
terrifying, but in
This
a
is
cool
my
way.
sleep paralysis demon.
Yep.
Can we kiss this one too?
Oh my
You want
god.
to?
Ooh,
Electrifying.
what benefits do we get then?
I don't know. You'd have to kiss her and find out.
I wanna
Alara
shoot
just starts
lightning
making
from my
kissy
eyes.
faces. Alara's
Yeah,
just like,
it's just like,
We all get electrocuted. You can see our skeletons for a second, like a fucking cartoon.
She completes her sort of transformation into this smaller version, and she's still not quite that small. She's about the same height as Vosti, and she sort of walks up, and her hair is really just sort of floating on these little tiny arcing currents that keep it sort of lifted, like it's got its own wind source. Very Beyonce.
Beyonce.
Mm-hmm.
Queen bee.
Explain what the threat is more specifically, perhaps.
Well, we have reason to believe that a very powerful being is trying to merge their plane of existence with this one, and more so take it over, transform it into theirs.
Which plane?
Looks around at the group.
I already said chaos, so I'm okay with you continuing.
Light nods from the group.
Light nods.
Mm-hmm.
Pandemonium.
Wouldn't that be interesting? Have you considered the personal good?
Well,
What person?
If there was a merging between Pandemonium and this plane, then the three of you would have no difficulty blending your family.
but what of the others?
Can you please everybody all of the time?
You can certainly try.
Should you?
I think should is debatable, depending on the person.
Should you?
First, he looks down, sort of stares off a little bit, thinking. Yes.
Interesting.
I don't think that there's one of us three that believes having our father in our lives is more important than other people being unharmed.
Well, you can't prevent people from harm. That's part of life, isn't it?
Sure, people die every day. But in this instance, it feels like us turning our backs on something could result in thousands of innocent lives being taken. And I don't think that happens every day.
She wanders over to Alara. You would sacrifice some comforts for them. It's not like you would lose out on very much. That plane shaped the moon you're bound to. You would be closer to it, perhaps even have more control than before.
Alara just looks at her siblings.
Or is it acceptable to only have part of a family that you were owed?
I have all the family that I need.
She makes her way over to Dakin. What do you think about all of this?
I don't think just because you can't prevent people from being harmed that you shouldn't do your best to reduce it.
But what if good comes from it?
Good like what? A new form of
knows?
the world at the cost of the life everyone gets to live now? Because we feel like it?
Would be that their lives are improved. Who's
How many
told
have to be
you?
destroyed?
Who's told you that that would be necessary?
I've already seen the destruction of this world once. I would rather seek to not have that happen again.
Does Lemoneth concern himself with what is the result? Or is it simply to see what comes as you walk?
There are many different paths. He doesn't ordain to choose the one we walk. He just gives subtle pushes.
Has he told
Shows
you
you-
that this is the way you must go?
Yes.
Has he?
He told me it is my choice to walk this path or not, but he believes it's the path that needs to be walked.
Interesting. But he also wouldn't give you a destination. Perhaps part of this path that you're walking is the discovery that the destination you thought you were seeking out isn't worthwhile anymore.
So because the path might end in disappointment, I shouldn't walk it at all? Just give up now? What a charming sentiment.
I didn't say you'd be disappointed. Unless the destination that you have fixed in your head is the only one that you're interested in, and therefore you would be disappointed if anything else happened. But control has been something you've struggled with.
No one really gets to fully control their lives.
Very true. So it seems odd that you're pursuing the illusion that you get to decide the fate of this world. And
I'm
that,
not saying I get to choose. I'm saying we should try.
but what if the information you've been given up until this point is just wrong? What if it's coming from those who want you to make the decision that you've made?
I'm sorry, I just don't think I could be convinced that the devil that's sending devils into this realm to kill, slaughter people, and chain dragons and steal from them are exactly the people in the right. Even if it is a means to an end.
Isn't the means to an end the same thing as the journey?
The journey is its own reward. Walking the path does not mean you only walked it to get to the end. You change the path and the path changes you.
What is it that you're seeking? And that's directed to all of you.
Peace.
I say that again?
Peace. I seek that not for every moment and not all the time, but all in this world might get to experience moments of peace now and then. And I don't think making the world chaos will allow anyone to have that peace.
So you seek the illusion.
Just because it's
What
not
about
always there does not make it not real.
if it's inconstant, then it isn't real. What about the rest of you?
I seek
What
to leave
is
this
it?
world better than I found it.
At what age did you discover it?
Did I discover what?
The world.
Alara looks a little confused. When I was born?
Would you consider that the world that you exist in right now is better than the world that you don't recall, but you know resulted in the death of somebody that could have loved you?
I can't do anything about the past. Anything that happened. The things that happened led me to where I am now. And with the knowledge that I have gained, whether it be illusory or factual, all I have is the information that I've been given, and acting on that information, I am seeking to leave the world a better place.
Is the world a better place right now than when you were born? From the world that you knew when you were born? Making assumptions, of course, because you can't remember.
Maybe.
Oh, then you're done. Congratulations.
Again, but you're saying we're operating on assumptions.
Well, you don't know what the world was like when you were born.
Correct. I know
So
what
how
I've
it,
been told about what could happen if we don't step up and, as Dakin put it, try.
but how do you know whether or not you're successful?
There's no way to know, but we have to try. We can't do nothing. You can't do nothing and expect things to change or expect things to get better.
Well, you can do nothing. That's actually one of the easiest things to do. I think what you're saying is that you won't do nothing. You have to scratch the itch. You could focus on your hometown, simply working on improving the things that are there. And you would have a marked capacity to measure whether or not things are better. And there's also the possibility that the further you pursue this, the further your enemy must pursue it as well. And if you stopped, then perhaps they also stop. She looks at Vosti. What if you can't fight it?
What do you mean?
Just okay. What if the skills that you're bringing to the table aren't enough to have an impact on what it is that you're seeking to accomplish?
How do you know that?
I'm asking a question.
You're asking what if.
So,
Well, I guess I'll ask again. How do you know that?
how do you know that you will be successful? How do you know that your particular brand of chaos that you bring into this world won't make things worse?
I don't. But what I
But
do
it's
know,
okay.
what I do know is if we do nothing, and it turns out that we were right, then we're all worse off for it.
What if you're the missing piece? What if the
Missing
hole
piece
that
to
needs
what?
to be ripped open is ripped open by that? And she gestures towards his tattoo on his back.
Hold on. I have a thing I'm gonna say, but I gotta find it. Flipping pages. Okay, he says, a choice of blood, a soul to rend, one's will be bent and one to end. The heart's true power will be revealed. In sacrifice, the fate is sealed. Maybe if I'm the key, I just throw it away.
Oops. When I wrote that, I was
Oh!
uncertain whether or not what I dreamed of could even come to pass. It's just a million possibilities.
Shit.
Did we know she wrote that?
Nope.
No.
No.
That's new information.
And to be
Uh,
very honest with you, I've written thousands of prophecies. And any one of them could be the one.
Do you have an updated one?
No. As I said, I've been sleeping. Unless our shared dreams have given you any particular insight.
Uh-huh.
Were you the one that gave us the vision about Kreia floating in the air and everything crashing into itself?
That was an interesting time.
Well, you like to play what if? What if that's the time? In fact, come to think of it, every vision that we've been given hasn't been a happy one.
No.
I also feel like as if your what ifs don't fucking matter. Because as my friends here, and my brothers and sisters have said, what matters is that we try.
I think
I
what
can't.
Go ahead.
I can't tell if all this time down here has made you this fatalistic, or you're just trying to see if we have the conviction to do this. How long has it been since you've flown?
It isn't my time anymore. I'm
Bellathar
content with
misses
this.
your flying. He misses watching you sail through the clouds.
Zelithar is young. And if what you've said is true, he hasn't had an opportunity to sleep the way that he should. But all of you are very stubborn. It's what makes you stand out.
We get it from our mother.
Mine's homegrown.
That does make sense. She is a point in time. What is it
Stubborn
that you
people.
need? I didn't mean to cut you off. There you go.
Stubborn people change the world.
This is true. Your villain will just have to be slightly less stubborn than you in order for you to be successful. What is it that you need?
Um,
Direction?
do you know
The Muffin Man?
The Muffin
if
Man!
Castor
Victory Lane.
was if Castor was to attempt to open another portal, is there a specific place in which he would attempt to do so? So, weaker point, or maybe a place where the cultists, who, by the way, had your friend trapped for however long. Let's not forget that. That's not a what if. But is there a place where we might be able to be directed towards in order to stop him?
Well, there's a couple of possibilities. You
It's out,
could
Pen.
take the fight to the source, smash your way into Pandemonium, and hunt him there. You can progress slowly so that it's easy for him to hunt you down, and just be prepared for when he ambushes you. Or you can go to what it is that you're both seeking, but know that in order to locate that place, that thing that you are after, is to reveal what you know of its location.
Uh, uh,
above table, are you talking about the location of the heart?
Mhm.
And we know where that is?
You guys have a very good idea of where you can probably find
Yeah.
it.
Totally we do. And like, but for chat who might not have been here every episode when we found that out, maybe Zach is asking, he's in my DMs, he's blowing me up. So let's just let Zach in on where that we have an understanding of that might be.
Why the fuck would Zach
Um,
be in your DMs? He's not in your DMs. You're
It's
making that shit
crazy.
up. You're making that
no,
shit up. He would not
it's
DM
Osab.
you.
It's Osab. He's in my DMs, and
no.
it's the whole DM thing.
I'm
That's
gonna
so
need you.
fair.
I'm gonna need you to pretend that the chat's not real.
Very knows. She's said it actually multiple times.
Oh well, then Barry, if you want to throw it out there.
What do I know?
It's under the mid. It's under the Midiranes, correct?
Close.
No, but I lost what we were even talking about when he
With the
started
location
talking.
of the heart.
Okay. Jesus Christ.
The moon temples that you guys had a series of visions because you were cast into it for a trial. Based on what the stone was made out of.
The island.
Was
the island under the water. Yes, I have said this a million times.
The collapsed island of Valarith.
Which was part of why we needed to get rid of Abby so quick so we could actually go into the sea to fucking deal with it.
Because I kept saying we need to go to there, but we have Abby, so we cannot go to there.
That's right. Well, how do you spell Valarith?
Velarith.
Okay, I feel like I wasn't present for that episode because I do not remember this at all. So
you were present. It was when we were doing the trial of 3 moons, and we were all speculating on where we were in the map. And Dakin kept saying what the material reminded him of. And then I kept saying, based on where we are, I think we're on that island that sunk. But it wasn't like a big thing. It was like just a thing that got mentioned on the side. It wasn't like we had a whole conversation about it.
Is this the dream that you put us into?
Yes.
Okay.
Because the sinking of that island specifically came up in the Wait trial as well.
Yes.
Oh.
Yeah. And this whole time, this island's been getting made a big deal of.
Yep.
It was like 2 months ago.
It was a long time ago.
I did a drawing on the map.
So
that's not written on our actual paper map, by the way.
Well, option 2 doesn't seem to be in the cards. I don't think that's smart. Just out of, I don't know, maybe you can probably answer me in a riddle, but the whole fighting him in Pandemonium, these two wouldn't be able to make it in that plane, right?
They're a little bit connected.
Excuse me?
Don't you remember?
Are they?
But also, like, yes. We learned that when there were all those connections being made.
I think I could go to any plane I like.
Well, I don't know.
But also, like, it's not like you go. It's not like you go there and there's no oxygen, and if you're not from Pandemonium, you die.
It's like space. Is it space? No,
it's just a lot of chaos.
Yeah, I thought that was the chaos would like rip somebody apart if they want. Us.
No.
Okay. Well. Okay. Section B of that question. So I was told that if I were to open a rift, that it would be bad. It would cause another flicker, and we might lose a lot of time. Is that guaranteed, or is there a place in that I could do it that it wouldn't cause a flicker?
There is no answer that I can give you that is reliable, because even
Wonder
I
what
don't
if.
know what causes flickers.
Mm-hmm. Here's the riddle.
However,
Yeah, go ahead.
I would be surprised if the same flicker happened twice.
Well, that doesn't. The last flicker that happened was 3 years. What's to say the next one that I create is another 4 years?
Saren?
What's to say that the next flicker that you create doesn't just overlay pandemonium onto the material?
Oh, God.
Saren?
Yes.
Do you know what the last flicker was before the time one?
That would have been the coming of the Shadowfell and the Feywild.
Oh shit.
And before that, perhaps?
The sinking of Valarith.
Mm.
And was there one before that?
Yes.
And that was.
What we saw, the shattering of Kreia.
That one was quite a lot older. There was not much that survived that one.
Was there ever a time where the haze didn't exist?
Yes.
Is it possible to ever get back to that time?
Hmm.
To remove the haze?
Possibly.
Would you know how?
Possibly.
Could you tell? Will you tell us?
No.
And why not?
Because
Mm. Good.
because you are strangely, stubbornly selfish and selfless mortals. And I wonder whether or not the selfishness or the selflessness will win out in the end. And if I give you the answer that you are seeking, you will be influenced. And it may cause you to stop.
Hmm.
Would it be safer for this realm if we, say, opened a gate somewhere else, like the Shadowfell?
There are many gates to the Shadowfell in existence.
Would it be safer for here if we went to Pandemonium through there?
That would certainly be an interesting experiment. The
Hmm.
Shadowfell is closer to chaos than we are.
I don't think I want to go there.
I have
I don't-
ideas that I'm going to have to sit on.
I don't want to fight Castor where he's the strongest.
No.
I don't
That's
think that's our
true.
best bet either. I'm just trying to ask
Options.
questions from the being that knows them.
Hmm.
I wasn't discouraging your idea. I was giving my opinion on the options laid out.
I don't think it's number one either.
Yeah, I agree.
Or two.
Skivrox pipes up and says, "But he's not the strongest there."
Go on.
Your father.
Well, no.
Yeah.
I mean, in a place that
Stronger.
he. I don't mean that he's the strongest being there. I mean that he's likely stronger in his own plane than ours.
Comparatively, right?
Yes.
Yeah, she's right. Yes.
I'm not rating power skills here, okay? I'm not
This
doing
isn't
that. I'm not.
Father versus
I don't have a
uncle.
tier list out. I'm not doing that.
That devil in, he'd beat him so bad. He's
All I
actually
know is
king of that
like
place.
I'm like F tier, whatever the last one
Yeah.
is, Z or whatever.
That
Put me
is
down
S
there.
tier for sure. I'm probably like
Is there S
A
plus?
tier.
He's probably
oh,
S
he's probably S
plus.
plus. I'm S tier, of course.
No, you're
Um,
down at the bottom with
I'm
me. We're
bigger
little
there.
peons.
Oh,
I'm bigger there.
Yeah, you can be S tier.
now what are you? Are you S tier?
And yeah.
God, we've got to kill him. I'm telling you guys, we've just.
No, because I
Strangle
don't
him.
want. I don't want to open up the. I don't want to do it. I don't want to do it right now.
Oh, she could just
Okay.
like
I
bam
second
Yeah,
that.
him.
Second that
when
motion.
you sink a place because you were like, I want Skivrox to be big. Don't come crying to me.
I'm telling you. There's
But you
going
guys
to
could
a
be
moment
stronger
where
there too.
Yes,
What?
as I'm saying, there's going to be a moment where I do the coolest thing ever, and you'll know it because I'm going to look at you and I'm going to nod knowingly, as if I was a magic user looking at a person with abilities of an insect. No, not an insect. It was the guy made
Did
of
you just-
iron.
What?
Just telling you.
Did you just call
What?
us insects?
No.
We're gonna look at you like you're really cool and we're insects.
Trust me.
I
person
am a
with-
magic user. I'm not an
person with it.
insect.
I'm just telling you. There's
I
going to be
just-
a moment
I just
where I do the cool thing.
twice opened a pathway for us to walk through. Through another plane, by the way.
I'm going. That was what I was ruminating. What if we did it there?
I don't know.
But we're blind.
Well,
I
we
don't-
wouldn't be for long.
I didn't.
Maybe you talk to
No.
Grimmy.
No.
talk to Mr. Grimm.
He's not
and
like
Grimmy?
the-
Mr. Hart.
he's
Mr.
not like-
Hart.
First of all, don't give him a nickname. Okay?
Talk to Big G.
Respectfully, no,
and-
respectfully, you can call him Grimheart.
She said respectfully.
Respectfully put a respect on that name.
And second of all, I'm not asking him, hey, can I come into a plane that you just told me Alara can't come to because she might get lost, and then open up a portal to another plane? Do you think that would be so chill after you just advised me not to bring people here because I'm the only one who could probably get out?
Just it's like a
No!
fail-safe plan,
No!
like a
No!
last-ditch effort, or
No.
hmm.
Why don't you go talk to the Feywild people?
Well, I did think about that, but they're affected by the flicker just like we are, just differently.
I'm sorry, do you want me to ask Grimheart? Hey, how did that go for you?
I mean, it's good information, to be honest.
I can't just talk to him. Oh, man.
Ever?
All right, time to knock myself out, potentially.
He doesn't just come calling on you.
I take a seat.
Oh, God.
Now?
Valerius, ready the smelling salts.
I'm ready, brother.
Always.
I spend 10 minutes doing this.
Okay.
Probably. It's a saving throw on Valerius is right here, though, right?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Okay.
Do you guys do anything in the next 10 minutes?
Just chilling, just looking around.
Direct
Seeing
eye
what we
contact
see.
with the dragon, and I
Oh.
don't stop. No, I'm kidding.
That's that
Oh.
one. Great news, I have inspiration
Oh.
already.
Yay.
Does anybody not have
No,
it?
everybody else has inspo too.
Sweet. So
Give me
I've
double.
wasted it and thrown it into
Give it
the
to Skip
void.
Rocks.
There is totally a possibility that I'm gonna nat one again, because that's just my kind of luck, and
Nah,
I'm just gonna
dog.
call it out before it happens.
Crit success. Incoming.
All right.
Close.
A 10
Okay.
is not close.
Halfway.
It beats the DC.
Yay! We did it.
You're reaching out to Grimheart.
Yes.
Okay. You have 5 questions.
Okay. Man, I should have asked everybody about the questions before I just decided to do this. Theoretically, and I'll just say I'm really against this. Would it be very bad if we came into the domain that you're at and tried to open up a portal to Pandemonium?
What a banger first question. This dude's having tea and he just like spilt a little into a
He
saucer.
spits it out and is like, fuck no, don't do that.
His book is
Man, it was
ruined.
7 a.m. and that's what you started with?
I just woke up.
Okay. The sense that you get in this response is like if this were text, he like just laid on the period key for like 5 minutes. And then at the very end of like just like a wall of ellipsis, you get maybe.
Oh. Not a yes.
Well, would everyone get lost if I brought them there to do that?
There's a frustration there, and then he just says maybe. Like he sounds frustrated because he's limited in how he can answer.
Is there some other way you can contact me to have this conversation a little bit better?
Yes.
Oh, great question. Thank you.
Will you do that?
No.
Maybe.
Maybe.
No.
No. What a fucker. One more question.
Man, what the hell?
I know, right?
Osab gave a great question that you can ask.
I'm not asking that. My fifth and final question. Why do you hate me?
Oh. He's a yes or no or maybe.
And all
No.
he can say is
Maybe.
no. No,
Never.
I say why
Oh,
do you
never.
hate me? And then as he's like halfway through never, I just cut off the connection myself.
Never.
Please roll a history check, Barry.
Okay. Can I give myself advantage with my ring?
Okay. You summon him. He
I
can't just invade his way into your life.
I know.
Oh.
I know.
Okay.
That's why it
I
was a
don't know
frustrated no.
that I don't know that like I feel like consciously very like she knows that she could do it, but I feel like she just thinks that like he's always just been there conveniently, like out of convenience. And then last time she did that, she got yoinked from the world, so she's like, I don't think I was supposed to do that.
That's super fair.
Like she's like, I don't know. I think that was pretty bad. I don't know. Fuck it. I move 60. I move 30 feet away from everyone and I cast darkness on myself.
Okay. For the record, Saren's just like watching all of this, and she does not in any way seem surprised by any of these antics, any of the weird banter that you guys have back and forth with each other. Is just like she is unflapped by any of this. Because she knows you guys actually very well. You cast darkness.
I close my eyes
Mhm.
and I try to summon Grimheart.
From the darkness 30 feet away, all of you hear shortly thereafter, why would you ask me that question? And then know that I cannot answer you in completeness. I feel manipulated.
You feel manipulated.
I know.
That's crazy.
I don't like it. I'm going to make a concentrated effort not to do it to you any further.
Okay, well, I win this time.
You do.
Mark that down.
What are you talking about?
So, my compatriots here, we're sort of pondering our next steps in, you know, the saga of us versus the universe versus Castor versus fate. You know, that saga you've probably been paying attention to. And we're trying to decipher how we could open up a portal to Pandemonium, perhaps inflicting the least amount of damage, potentially, because we actually have no idea what would happen. Speaking
Why
of
do you
that,
want to
have
go
you-
there?
have you been affected by the last few flickers? Like, do you know if like the Shadowfell here has been affected? I don't know anything about it.
My realm was my footprint was not pulled into your place at all. That's actually why I'm as powerful as I am. Although I did lose one of my warlocks. They were just squished.
I'm so sorry. Which one?
His name was Namath, and it was a loss.
Is he in your creepy gallery?
You think it's creepy?
Yes.
But it's how I remember all of you.
It's like creepy for me as an existing person to go and talk to like. Wait, am I like talking to your memory of them?
The portion of them that is sort of bound into the contract,
Oh, so it just is them.
sort of.
I'm just gonna be a painting on a wall when I die.
A really nice painting.
Oh. Well, anyway, do you know how the Shadowfell is affected here by the flickers? Like, have you heard anything from anyone?
Well, we lost a portion of the Shadowfell a while ago. It was
Yeah.
replaced, of course.
Oh. Like on your end, it's like healed. It's not just empty space.
No, it used to be what was the woods on your side.
Oh.
We got a new city out of it.
Is everyone there okay? Or did they all die?
Well, it took them a while to acclimate, but they're fine.
Oh, okay. So, if we came to your domain and tried to open up a portal, would we then be... Because we would be in your domain, we wouldn't be, like, here, so...
Right?
It probably wouldn't interact the same way that it would in this world, right?
I don't know. I've never opened up a portal to Pandemonium before.
Well, me either. Well, yeah, me either. How was it my fault?
Are you asking to come to my realm and open up a gate to Pandemonium?
Yeah, but not if it would like cause any adverse effects. I mean, I don't want to do this like tomorrow. It's like a maybe plan in the big giant list of maybe plans that we have.
And you want to bring your companions.
Yeah, but you said that Alara would get lost, and I don't want that to happen.
Well, you nearly got lost.
But then I didn't. But also, wouldn't that have
Because-
been like your fault?
Well, I don't think that we should be placing blame. But
you
you were clever enough to get through.
Well,
Well,
you
were meant to really stay in your room.
I had things to do.
No, I understand that. That's why I gave you a way to get out.
Well, yeah, you gave me a way to get out, and then I went and fought the thing that you didn't want me to fight, so you yoinked me. You know, we don't have to talk about this right now. I think I've received the answers that necessary.
Okay.
Can you give me permission to do that, or is there someone else I should talk to?
You should probably reach out to me again. If you decide to take an action like that, and then we'll see what it is that we can do.
All right, well, I'm not really like super keen on the idea of opening that portal, so we'll see. I'll keep it in the back of my mind. Thank you.
You're welcome.
Okay, goodbye.
I feel used. And then you sense that he's no longer there.
I end the darkness. Well, did we all hear that?
We heard that, right?
Mm-hmm.
Okay.
Yeah.
Yes, we heard it.
So it could work. Maybe a little dangerous.
Well,
Still not
yeah.
our first option.
Yeah, he's not in the part of the Shadowfell that's here.
Mhm.
So it doesn't really answer a question about if we went to the Shadowfell here, if it would work. It only answers our question about if we went there, would it work? But also, I can't really... Like, what I do isn't really getting us there. I'm just sort of bringing us through.
Mm.
I mean,
So if we do it,
you could try to rip that open. I don't know what the consequences of that would be, so I don't know if that's advised. Also, stopping, generally frowned upon, as I've mentioned.
well, I'm hoping that since I have the ability to do it, it wouldn't take long. Well, it's an option.
I just don't know how your accidental magic, which is now becoming intentional magic, as you've said, would interact with my magic that's carving a path through this plane.
Mhm.
Whereas
Well,
I don't know if Grimheart could just be like, all right, guys, come on through. You know, I don't know.
Mhm.
I don't know how he took me once.
Well, I was hoping that because it's now intentional, that it changes the potential chaos of it. But
It's
I
still
could be completely wrong.
chaos.
No, true. That's very
At the
true.
end of it, you're opening a door to chaos.
Mhm.
But hey, I finally got one of, like, in my column, I'm like 1 in 22 against Grimheart now, so that's great.
You
For
see,
me.
as you were having the conversation, Dakin turns around a book and it says Grimheart 1 very 1, and he quickly scribbles out the Grimheart 1 and writes 22 and then closes the book.
He's been winning like this whole time.
I was just counting the one where he whisked you away in the middle of us having a conversation.
Yeah, I mean, if we want to start a new tally that like
New
starts
tally.
then it's
New
1
tally
to
right
1.
now. 0 Grimheart, 1 very.
I think that's probably the only time I'll get one up on him though. So be prepared for me to lose. Hey, did you guys hear that the people whose city got pulled into the Shadowfell, they acclimated? I thought that was
That was interesting.
Do we know what city it was that went? I can't recall.
Quit.
You guys have no idea what city was pulled in.
And I've never seen a map that... yeah, I don't know where the Shadowfell place is here. I only know where that hole is, sort of.
I look over at Saren. Do you know what city he was talking about?
Yes.
What was it?
Firith?
Huh?
How do I spell that? Thank you.
Firith. You remember where that was located? On Kreia?
Yes.
Pull up the map!
To the map!
It was the
I'm zeroing in.
Interesting.
I'm doing a really bad
Coincidence?
tracing.
actually,
Is it a coincidence it's next to spring?
summer.
Summer. That's spring, yeah.
I'm gonna... Hold on, I gotta do my thing where I put a map note down. I got lots of those in case you guys were wondering. Oops, wrong
Nice.
thing. Create map note. Name.
I'm gonna have to activate this so I can pull you guys back to the other one.
God. Sorry, I just blown away by my map notes. Beautiful. Just learned that my dragon question mark is in the wrong spot. Moved it. Now it's in the correct spot.
Wait, I
Excellent.
now see all of your map notes.
Yeah, I've been doing this
Really?
the whole time.
Oh, on the stream, I mean, yeah.
No, on my game.
Really?
I don't know what I did, but suddenly as she mentioned map notes, all of her map notes appeared on my screen.
Oh.
In order to
Thank
see
you.
them, you have to go to like the journal notes section and then you can see map notes.
I did click journal notes and it did make them
Yeah,
all appear, so
it
that's what
brings them
happened.
all up, yeah. I've been making notes this whole time.
Mhm.
I've just been membering. It's hard.
So let me bring you back.
No.
Oh, this is the wrong one. This is the
I
one I
can't
didn't
see
fix.
anything.
There you go.
Sorry, I'm staying on here so I can fix my drawing by making it a map note instead.
So Saren is just sort of like in observation mode through all of this. And then she asks again, what will you do?
We lost Andrew.
Oh.
Oh, there he is.
We've regained Andrew.
Yay!
Yeah, I don't know what happens. It just like stopped.
Oh, good. We've been asked, what will we do?
Mm-hmm.
Agonize a little bit.
What we've been trying to do this whole time?
Is it worth talking to the other dragons?
I would not say that you wouldn't get anything out of those conversations, but that would take a great amount of travel.
Mm-hmm.
know if they're safe? Are they sleeping like you?
I believe they are. I believe Zelithar would have been in slumber if he was overtaken. The young one is the one I'm uncertain of.
Morganeth.
Mm. But I believe you will meet him soon.
All right. Well, do you suggest that we travel to this underwater island?
Seems to be the most direct path to accomplish what you are seeking to accomplish.
And do you know of a way that we could go down to it without needing to breathe?
Swimming?
All right. Yes, no, of course. But I mean, at some point we have to. It's far down, right? It's underwater.
Well, it's sunk.
Oh, somebody ask the questions, please.
Well, pushes up glasses. Up until recently, Alara could have done it. Anyway.
Y'all wanted me to get rid of Abby. So we got rid of Abby.
Well, the thing is you probably wouldn't have had Abby with you anymore because Abby would have been like a Pokemon released out of the Pokeball. But
I had Abby, but no, she's
As
bad.
soon as we went in the water,
She's
you would
a
have been a slave. As soon
curse.
as we went into the water, you would have been a mind slave. It would have been like
Mhm.
3.5
She's
seconds.
bad. Let's get rid
That's
of
if it didn't just
her.
eat you.
you could kill me in like 3 hits, man. I'm not risking that shit.
Yeah.
Well. Wow.
I'm sorry I have to be so enigmatic. If I knew exactly the steps you needed to take, I would have formed an army, not written prophecy.
That's actually fair.
Weird question incoming, Saren.
Mhm.
So we like sort of kissed Zalathar,
Oh my god.
and we were given the ability to what were we given again?
Speak
Read
Draconic.
Speak their
Ability to
language.
speak
and
Draconic?
read it. So what if we like kiss you? What do we get?
Oh my god.
The ability to
Valerius
breathe
immediately
underwater?
pinches the bridge of his nose.
Can I shoot lightning out of my eyes? Or
Very looks horrified.
Are you
Maybe s-
asking for a boon?
are you willing to give one?
Is that what you're asking for?
Hmm.
Is this where you go, fuck it?
It's not.
And you see if it ends up good
Valerius,
or bad?
It's not gone
Valerius
wrong
leans
yet.
in. Valerius leans over to Vosti and like cups a hand around his ear and just whispers to him, "The battle rages on, brother," and claps him on the back.
He raises his eyebrow and grins that
Fuck it,
classic
B-ball.
Boasty grin. Fuck it. I'm asking for a boon. For all of us.
She floats upward and sort of goes around the roof of her cavern and like plucks little crystals down, like little forming stalactites, and then brings them down and hands each of you one. Fuck it, even skip rocks.
Yay.
Yay,
Go.
Skibby.
This is a piece of what is fundamentally Andromea. You can use this with as a focus for any sort of teleportation spell in order to recall to this plane.
Ooh.
Ooh.
Where you land may not be here. But it will be Andromea. So this is a basically a realm focus.
Sick.
Dope. I don't know any teleporting.
This is cool though because this is like a potential eject button.
Pushes up
Mhm.
glasses. Dragon, can you level me up? I need to learn more spells.
This is cool and all, but can you
Can you give me some experience points
give
so
me
that I
like
may level
25,000
up?
XP?
Legendary sword,
He-
please.
Claps her fingers together and says, "Unfortunately, Arc 2 is a plateau." And you are all confused by this.
What?
Hoping for a smooch, but
I
okay.
She
have
looks
to
over
be
the
level
camera.
9 the whole time throughout this whole arc?
Yeah, Vosty's like, this is cool, but can we still make out? Or
I get
Okay.
electrocuted by the focus and I die.
I think you guys can contemplate sort of like what your next steps are going to be, not necessarily what you're going to say to Saren. I'll allow like a last little conversation next week. But for now we'll just sort of part and you guys can
Level up?
no.
Dang it.
You guys can like sort of have the week to decide amongst yourselves or come up individually with like your pitches for what you guys want to do next in order to move forward. You do really have confirmation though that going to that island is probably the next major step, at least as far as completing the quest that you have.
Mhm.
And so that's definitely one spot. We will be back next week. However, before we do,
Oh yeah.
we have
we've been
something
sitting
special
on
to
this.
show. And so I don't know if you want to pass it over to Kenny so that way she can get it up on
Shall.
stream.
Oh my god, is it the...
I shall.
But there's art.
Someone's gonna have to post it in players so I can see it too.
Yeah, I
Yeah,
will.
I'm working on that. I'll work on that side if you work on giving it to her so that way she can get that set up.
Dang, I should have done an announcement when mine was done. I didn't even show it on stream. I didn't
Well,
even
you
do that
should.
shit. I didn't even do that shit.
I'll
Gave you the
post it
one
as
with
soon as it's up there.
You're literally the
name on it.
streamer.
Yeah.
Well, I didn't want it to... I don't like... Okay, here's the thing is I don't like taking up time for myself on here, okay?
Woo!
Yo.
This is when Vosti ripped open the world and first encountered pandemonium.
Oh, that's so
He's-
cool.
He's mogging the fuck out of me in this. Like,
That guy's mewing right now. He's mewing for sure.
he looks...
We can all tell.
Okay, hold
He's a
on.
little haughty.
We can pull up mine too. It's by the
Yeah.
same artist.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, I can pull them up. Nope, I can't pull them up next to each other. The fuck? Let's look at his more. It's newer.
We'll cross post into the art channel as well so people can zoom in and get good looks.
Pretty cool.
Very, very nice.
Pretty cool.
It is pretty cool. I like it very much.
Y'all have me to thank for the fact that he's shirtless, because I ripped up all his clothes when I was a little kid.
Where can he
Well,
keep
I
all his
mean-
money in them pants?
To be fair, he has the shoulder harness, but when he's training, when this happened, he took it off because he's getting all sweaty and his muscles are glistening and ripping out.
Okay.
You know what I mean? You don't want
Yeah.
to get the leather all slimy underneath. You know.
It's
But
great.
it also shows his magical tattoos that appears when he's raging.
I
And
like
then
the
if-
glow on
Mhm.
them. Those are
Now we
Nope.
see them all the time, though, right? Like they don't
Correct.
go away now.
So they don't glow, but yes, they haven't gone away now. It's basically just black ink,
Mm-hmm.
but they only glow when he's raging.
Yeah.
And they glow like that.
Look at
That's
the
cool.
expressive eyebrows.
Yeah, dude. Yeah, well, we can talk about that after stream, but and also that axe is essentially also a tattoo on his back
Mm-hmm.
and
From
the,
that
like,
needle from the shop, right?
right from the sheath tattoo.
Yeah.
And so that basically is designed on his back, and then the handle or the hilt or whatever you want to call it, it goes down his spine. So that's all you can kind of
Yeah.
visualize.
All right, stream.
Yep.
Bye,
We will see you guys
stream.
next
Stream.
week. We pinky
Bye,
promise, we pinky swear, we pinky pact that
Oh,
we'll be back.
woo!